Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order at this time. And I've asked our Chief of Police, Mr. Jan Phillips, to lead us in prayer this morning. Let's all stand while we pray.
Let us pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for all the many blessings we have. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for the ability to be able to come and study our study about the business of Shelbyville, Heavenly Father, and to create this city to be better. We pray that you'll just be with us and help us through this through the day. Thank you so much for your Son, Heavenly Father, that gave his life upon the cruel cross for our sins. Thank you for salvation. Thank you for all the many blessings you give us. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. You may be seated. Okay, our next item is the roll call. We'll ask Ms. Lisa Smith to do that.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Christie.
Here.
Councilmember Ewing. Here. Councilmember Blevins.
Here.
Councilmember Turnbow.
Here.
Councilmember Feldhouse. Councilmember Noel. Here. Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum. You have 5 members present, 1 absent.
All right, sure appreciate it. Goals and expectations today. Of course, I think the strategic planning has been done maybe back in 2019. 2023 was the last one I think we did as a group, and then we have 2 new members since 2023, and so we're looking forward to their input today. When we make decisions for the future, if you don't have a plan, it's going to be chaos. So you've got to have a strategic plan and make sure that you have the priority things laid out so that you can get those done. We all know in each department, and our department heads are with us today, we all know that the department heads have to take care of things on a daily basis. And then when a oops comes up, then you have to take care of that too. So we're all on line for that. Whether the strategic planning for today, I think we've done well on the one from 2023, but we want to look back at that and see what we've accomplished, where we are on those items. We want everybody to be involved, all council members, as we go through this today, and so we want your input, and we will ask later on in part of our agenda here for ward specifications. In other words, what you need in your ward, what you think is a plan for your ward for the future, because each one of you have one of 6 wards that you're representing in the city. Public comment is our next item on our agenda, and do we have any today?
I do not have anybody signed up. Anybody want to make a comment? Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. If you've got your folder in front of you, we'll have it up on the screen there. We'll look at the mission statements that we had. In 2023, the mission statement that was already City of Shelbyville had, it said the City of Shelbyville shall provide services and distribute public funds efficiently to improve the quality of life for our citizens, visitors, and businesses. As a group, the City Council and myself as mayor, that's been a while ago that we looked at that, and we made a decision at that time to maybe kind of make a change in that mission statement. The mission statement for 2025, the City of Shelbyville is dedicated to serving the people, organizations, and businesses of the community in a physically responsible manner with an emphasis on providing for public safety, promoting economic development opportunities, and maintaining a high quality of life. And we also have a vision statement. So I don't know if that's in one of your slides or not. The vision statement is to foster a thriving, inclusive, and sustainable city that honors our heritage, where innovation, culture, and well-being come together to create a vibrant and welcoming community. So those statements are there. I would ask at this point, does anybody have any comments? Again, we want everybody to be involved. So Do you have any comments on the 2025 mission statement as we have for the city of Shelbyville today? Anyone like to add to, make changes in, any of those kind of things? Have you had a chance to look at those?
Mayor, I think we need, this is not the first time I've said through this.
Okay,
I think the council needs to be mindful. We can sit here and say, yeah, that's what we need to do, that's what we need to do, that's what we need to do, and then the coming year or whatever the case may be, it pops up. When are we gonna do this? When are we gonna do this? So I think the council needs to be mindful of, this ain't free. At some point in time, there's going to be some money spent.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure whether it's Public Works or whoever, you know, if we bring some of them day, old Buck said, man, that's a ticket. And then next time it comes up, we ain't got money for that. So we need to be mindful of that. You know, the greatest idea in the world is good, but you gotta think, how are we gonna pay for it? How are we gonna pay for it?
very good, very good. Anyone else?
Yeah, we need to consider what we've got in the pipeline already too. I mean, we've already committed to a lot of good projects. They're all good projects.
Right.
But Bob's right, we gotta pay for them. We gotta, along with providing benefits and salaries for all the employees too. We gotta be mindful. And, you know, in retrospect, if you all remember as a council, over the last 3 or 4 years, Kay can tell us, we've gone from a reserve of about 13 million to down to what now?
Or with or without the ARP, the preliminary numbers from the audit that we looked at yesterday, was 20 million in the general fund. Now, keep in mind, that still has some money in there that we may need for the floods, flood
Flood
pumps.
pumps.
Because, you know, we got an extra 6 million or so, 3 or 4 years ago. So
Right.
you're right, we were running around 12, 13 million fund balance, then we got that influx of money, and, we're still, you know, we won't know for sure what that'll cost until we get the bids back.
And what, I've heard a lot of different numbers. What, for our city, what percent do we need to, does MTS recommend that we keep it as a reserve?
I'll have to say, I don't know what MTS may recommend, I do know our local.
Or the state, or whoever it is
You're right.
who recommends that, Scott?
Well, our local policy is 20%. Or the city of Shelbyville policy is we try to keep 20%, as a fund balance of our expenditures, which we're above that.
Well, I mean,
Currently.
because, I mean, and we've always got to remember there is a flume underneath our city.
Right.
And that, and that's something this council really needs to address. You know, we need to have a plan going forward, because it was designed to last 50 years when it was built. We've exceeded that time period. The last time we repaired, if I remember correctly, there was one company that manufactures the materials of the flume and one construction company that assembles it. So there isn't much bargaining in price wise. So we need to decide, do we want to, if this happens, unfortunately, when this happens again, how are we going to fix it? Are we going to fix it like we always have, the same way? Or are we going to do something different? And I think it needs to be discussed.
Okay, Mayor, may I
Yes,
interject?
sir.
Okay, this should definitely be discussed on down the agenda, but just for a point of information, remember, you all just approved us to go for the build grant.
Right.
Which is up to $25 million to address the very thing you said. So that application will go in February 24th.
But we need to decide, are we gonna go back with the flume we've had, or are we gonna do like concrete walls and a grate over it? Or something different? I mean, we need to look at that from you know, Buck might interject a lot is what he thinks would be better, or Tom. But we need to think about it, because you start spending, what did we spend the last time? Roughly $3 million? Just to replace this here. So, I mean, unfortunately, it's you know, it's gonna happen, so. That's the reason we wanna move the police department, we wanna move the fire department. Cause they're built on these 5 springs, or that they call it spring, and, springs are still there. So, but that is, to me, one subject that this council really needs, and the department heads need to address.
All right, we've started off and got some good comments there, and we will be taking care of some of those things as we move along. But on that mission statement and the vision statement, does anyone have anything to add to or take away from those statements? Do we need to make a change in them in any way?
I kind of think that, when it comes to the vision statement and it talks about the heritage and such, it seems like, are we really preserving, are we sticking to the true heritage of the community when, like say you have builders or developers that are doing a little bit different, taking away from the heritage, in a sense.
I would agree with that. That's one of the reasons that we're looking to. Is Tom here today?
I am.
Tom?
I snuck
Of course, we have the historic, we have all kinds of boards and committees that we have volunteers on, and some of our department heads lead those different boards and things like that. But I know in our honoring our heritage, we're looking at what has, brought Shelbyville forward, and a lot of things have been Pencil City, the celebration, and a lot of different things like that. But also on our building, I think that's kind of what you're referring to, our heritage there. And we do look at those buildings, just like the Grindstone Cowboy up there. We wanted to make sure the outside of that building stayed with that historic look to it. And the committee that we have on that, we don't meet often, but sometimes in the Belmont area, the Frierson area over there, a lot of different areas. Now, we have seen in the years past, and I agree, Marilyn, we've seen in the years past, I remember as a little boy, a lot of the older homes and things that used to be where Roses is, and all of those areas like that. I don't know that they were historic districts, they weren't named that. But we did do some things this year with, the council did in making sure that the Rosenwald Center was on our national register and things like that. And so heritage for all of our pieces of our community. Our community is changing. The community itself has had so many people that's come here, and we welcome them with open arms. But because of they're going to bring a part of their heritage here too. They're going to have things that they will want to do that's a little different from what we've seen before. And so we have to protect the heritage of Shelbyville, but also try to be inclusive and help those people too. And when we're making those decisions, does all that make sense? Am I just rambling?
No.
It makes sense. So is that kind of where you were at, that we need to do that? Is there any need to change that vision statement?
Not sure about changing, it may be okay. It's just, we just want to make sure that we don't get, too far from what we've got here.
Right.
And what we're trying to do.
Right.
Preserve,
Right.
May I ask,
Yes, you might,
are
Jackie.
you interested in expanding the authority of the historic zoning? Is that what you, kind of what you're,
wow.
What you're thinking about?
Explain all that
Well,
stuff.
the thing that the mayor was talking about, he's referring to the Historic Zoning Commission. And so we have limited, he was referring to a couple of the communities that we have, and they're more residential.
Mhm.
And some of you that have been around here for a long time know, there's been some attempts to make the square historic zoning that has met with, general disapproval by the folks up there. But just talking about, if you're talking about building
Mhm.
and heritage and trying to create and guide development so that it looks some way, we have to then turn to our land use laws, and that partially be zoning and just in straight zoning, but it also could be in historical zoning. So just adding that context.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
I make, okay. You're spot on with the vision statement and your concerns with, are we protecting our heritage, our culture, and everything else? So you use that as an emphasis.
Yeah.
When we get into the goal setting.
Yeah.
Say you want more stringent controls. You use the mission statement and the vision statement to set your goals.
Right.
And get it to where you want us to move in accordance with the statement.
Okay, any other comments along those lines on the mission statement, the vision statement? And I will open it up to any department heads. Any of you folks have any ideas on anything that we might need to change in either one of those? Are we covering our city, our citizens? Are we covering your departments in these vision statements and mission statements? Everybody good on that? And we can always take a look at them at any time. Thomas, you about to say something?
No, I think I was, thinking along the same lines. One of the things that we're planning for already that I'm, getting a budget item for the next fiscal year, and might be able to start this year, is updating our design guidelines for historic. They date back, I think 20 years.
Yeah.
So we're gonna improve those. And then, one way that we may be able to address some of because the square is not in the historic district, but it's regulated by our design guidelines. But we could always update our design guidelines to include addressing historic structures too. So that might be one way to do that.
And I don't get offline here, but when we're talking about the historic district, we all know that corner property down there on Main Street, when you're coming up to the square on the left-hand side there, where Stuart Potts Motors was for so many years, and where we were going to have something built, that box factory, there is a kind of a historic limitation there that you have to build a building that is kind of shaped like that. Am I correct? County-wise?
That's owned by, that's city property.
No,
Or
that's that belongs to
It's owned by the near screen.
yes, that's right. Yeah.
They do have to, under the current design guidelines, they do have to, look at what's in the neighborhood and, take some of the design patterns from there, scale, things like that from there. Now, they have a lot more flexibility under that, but
Okay. All right.
Hey, man,
And yes.
just, we were talking about what Marilyn was talking about the heritage part and the history, just kind of bringing it all together. The only thing I could see maybe in the vision statement would be when you're saying that there's so many new people that are coming, you could add, if you wanted to, that honors and balances our heritage, because it doesn't just, it's not our heritage anymore, it's heritage for us, and it's heritage for everybody that now lives in this part of the community. So that's just, if you wanted to update it,
Good thought. Good thought. Yeah, we've got so many folks coming. Scott, you're taking notes, so I don't have to, right? Lisa's taking notes.
Got you all covered.
Good deal. All right.
Is everybody in agreement?
Everybody
with that addition
good
to
with
the
that?
vision statement?
We'll kind of take a look at that and see what we've got. I want to move the thing along. We don't necessarily have to go by the clock and things like that. If we need a break, somebody just stick up their hand and said, can we take a 15-minute break or something? We're all working together today, and we don't want to be in a situation where somebody's uncomfortable and need to take a break for a minute. All right, SWOT analysis. If you look in section 5 of your, and I appreciate them putting all of this together. I know they've done a lot of work. Our folks in City Hall, Lisa and Scott and others have worked on that. But the exercise there, and we did this along with, and of course, SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And we did this, this is 2019, you can see there that we have listed, and then we move forward to 2023. Uh, as we look at it, the strengths that we have in Shelbyville, you can see, agency relationships. That has been a problem in the last, 2 or 3, 4 years, when we're talking about agencies. And we need to work on those things, talking about the county and the city. I want them to be more, working together. Chamber of Commerce, all those kind of different things, these different groups that are coming in, 501c3 groups that have got their ideas of what they would like to do in the city and those kind of things. We all need to work more and more, not necessarily just let everybody do what they want to do, but the city of Shelbyville needs to kind of work with those people. And I know that our police department and other, fire department and other people work. Every time we have a parade, every time we have anything like that, those folks have to give us permission to close off streets, and you have to provide personnel and things like that. We also have to work with our merchants on the square. Our merchants on the square, and I know the other day when we met with our merchants about the new grant that we've got, for the facade grant type thing that we got before, and how beautiful it's made our square. But there's other needs, and so we've got a new grant coming up for that. But one of the merchants told me, every time you have an event on the square, it costs us money. And we need to kind of work with everybody, and that's how agencies work together in those relationships. We know it's going to cost, Merchant X $5,000 if they don't have a Mother's Day opening so that people can buy jewelry for mother, or those kind of things like that. Whatever the situation is. So, the Scott is one of our lead people out there, and I am too, and you as council are too, and all of you department heads are part of this city and represent the city. So if you're hearing things like that when we are trying to schedule something, let's all work together and see how we can work it out, and for the benefit of all. And somebody's going to have to give a little in those kind of situations, especially with new things coming in. And do you have anything to say along that line, Scott?
Is that an opportunity, or I mean, I don't know where to categorize that. But first, I owe this entire council an apology. On the screen is the 2019.
Right.
We really need to look in the notebooks and go off of the 2023.
Right.
Because that's the most updated. Last year during strategic planning, we did not do a SWOT.
Yeah.
So this is the most recent. So Mayor, where would you categorize that as far as communication, coordination?
Relations is what it is.
I would put that as opportunity. I would put that in the opportunity category. And I have looked at 2019. I was not mayor then, but some of the things that I look at, I want to see how we're doing today. I don't know if the rest of you looked at it that way or not, but those things, if they're not being accomplished today, and it was something that we thought was a strength then, have we gotten weaker on that, or have we missed an opportunity on that? So that was one of the things that I looked at. Does everybody see that, what I'm talking about? I don't know if you get feedback on that or whatever on those kind of things. So I would put that in the opportunity category. Our financial stability, if we look at the number one on 2023, financial stability. How are we doing, Kay?
We're in the black.
You're doing good.
Doing good.
Okay.
And there's still, there's several projects we don't know yet exactly what they're gonna cost and how much grant money we're gonna get. So you never know for 100% sure where you are. I mean, we're in a good position, but we gotta wait for some more bids to come in and the lawsuit to get settled, and some things like that may have some big impacts one way or the other.
One positive, Kay and I met with the auditor yesterday, going over the draft audit, and our revenues exceeded our projections quite significantly. Kay, do you remember that number?
I think it was about 3 million, maybe 3 million,
It's good.
which we try to make it work that way.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
We're
So-
glad you're conservative.
so we would say that going into 2026, that financial stability is still one of our strengths, wouldn't you say? Okay, well, let's just look over, instead of going right down that list, we can if you want to, let's look over at weaknesses. 41A East was a weakness that we listed in 2023. Looking back at 2019, I don't think I saw anything about that when I was looking it over this weekend and going through it. What's our recommendation on 41A? Is that still a weakness?
I would say even to the west side, we have issues.
Uh-huh.
Now that we've not got the bypass over there, the traffic pressure on the west side. So maybe we can just say 41A in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The east that we put in there in 2023, we were talking about maybe economic development and trying to get in some stores and some things like that. Once Walmart moved out of where the church is out there now, a lot of things moved to the north. And so that hurt. There's businesses out there still saying, Mayor, when are you going to get some more businesses out this way? And definitely need grocery store and some more shopping for those folks out there. We are limited, and I would say that this is a threat right now. We are limited out that way because of this sewer moratorium.
Yes, sir.
Would you say that, Tom, looking at you, wouldn't you say, right now, we can approve something, but they have to wait till they get that moratorium. $6 million is what they're talking about, Shelbyville Power, Water, and Sewer to fix that, right?
That's correct.
So we can approve something, but those folks have to wait before they can build or do any kind of development out. So if we were gonna put a shopping center out in that area, we couldn't do it. That's a weakness, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a big one.
Weakness is a threat.
And it's gonna be for years.
Yeah. And it's also a threat,
It's
yeah.
like 2 or 3 years. at
Yeah,
least.
that's right. That's right.
At least.
At least.
It's so frustrating, because
I mean, that's-
people I know have come to me because they didn't realize the moratorium was there.
Yeah,
They purchased land to build, and now.
that's right.
Right,
Yeah.
right. You're talking about getting it resolved in 2 or 3 years, and then people may be able to start.
Very
going.
frustrating.
Would you put that as a threat or a weakness, folks?
Sorry, weakness.
Huh?
I mean, it's both.
It's a weakness.
It's both, isn't it?
It is actually both.
Okay. All right, let's make sure that we get that on that list. That is one of our problems right now, going toward the east out there. And west, Councilman Bevins or Josh, if it's all right, we can be just familiar today. West, we need what?
A bypass.
We need a bypass, okay?
If I can, Mayor, I put down 41A, the whole entirety of 41A is
Uh-huh.
lacking in infrastructure as a
Okay.
weakness. And then 41A towards Tullahoma is lacking in commercial development.
And 41A, what they call north, I call it west, going toward Unionville, we need a bypass or we need a 4-lane highway. We've got the 4-lane on the 41A east side. So that's holding up, is that holding up development, Mr. Josh? Or is that just that's something we need right now because of traffic, right?
Yeah. I mean, we could use it yesterday, but yes, as quick as we could get it. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause John Floyd's fixing to bring his, what's that place out there? Yeah, that's fixing to come back before planning
Next week.
Next week.
next week.
Yeah.
If we widen the 41, it needs to come all the way down to Colorado. It needs to, because the bottleneck is already,
Yeah.
most any day is backed up almost to the old hospital.
And we're also looking at, Shaw Road, that big development that they're looking at on that. That will add to traffic there. also. And those two roads are kind of narrow. They don't have much of a shoulder and things like that. So I would put those things in, threats and weaknesses. I want to make sure about that sewer, that we get that in there. We've got to get that fixed. I don't know how we can do it. We can get Shelbyville Power, Water and Sewer a grant or something to try to get that thing taken care of. Would you agree, Scott?
Absolutely, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Let's look at opportunities. The number one on opportunities. In 2023, we said better jobs and wages. And back in 2019, the number one was varied arena use for the walking horse celebration. I think they're doing a good job on that. Warren Wells is doing a good job on that. That's bringing economic development to our city. We're getting all kinds of sales tax. I was in their annual meeting the other night, and they're making money again, and that's good. And then we are getting hotel motel tax money off of that, and then we're returning that to them to get other shows. With better jobs and wages, where are we at on average income? Are we better than we were in 2023 on average income in Bedford County?
Yes.
Yeah, we're some better, so we've made some improvement right there. So is it still opportunities for us to get more jobs and wages? We don't have an industrial park right now to develop. I'm talking about Shelbyville and Bedford County together. So would be an opportunity. We need to look for industrial site or something like that to add more jobs and wages. I know we've got a lot of commercial development in Shelbyville, which is good. That's putting people to work. But is that giving a higher level of wages? Now, when we get higher level of wages, what happens to what businesses we're reaching out to get them to Shelbyville? We got higher wages, they're going to look at Shelbyville. They're going to say, we need to go there. We can make money by building our business there or something like that. What's your thoughts on that? How can we increase wages and get better jobs in Shelbyville? How can we do that? Did you have something to say?
Well, I was just thinking about y'all have taken the step with retail strategies, which is
Right.
a big portion of that. And I know that, and I was looking back at 2019, talking about the Chamber of Commerce, and you all know how that wound up developing. So you're a little bit different position that you thought you would be in. But I think y'all have done, particularly having had to deal with the pandemic, it appears to me the city's done pretty darn well on economic, what we can do, at least from a retail. We've done a lot of work in that area, but you're right in terms of more industry.
Mm-hmm.
We still have a little bit of that land left that we haven't dealt
Right.
with out of 231.
Right.
That is one thing I think we need to put some focus on. I think we need to talk to the county about, because we own that land that together.
Yeah.
It's currently still in the IDB, but it's ours. And we need to be thinking about what we want to do with that. To me, that should be a priority.
Yes, about 26 acres, I think, still left out there.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Work ethic and attitudes is in threats, so that kind of follows up with better jobs and wages and opportunities. What do you think? What do you think on attitudes and work ethic? Do we have folks that live in Shelbyville that want to work?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it the same when you go into a grocery store? It was when I was a young man working in a grocery store at 13 years old, and you thanked and said, yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, and thanked them, and you weren't talking to the person next door when you're checking out their groceries and all that. Something has happened to the work ethic and the those kind of things, and I think it's happened maybe across the country. It may be because of a number of reasons, but I think, in the school system, I've talked to some of the teachers and things like that. I think that we should have in the school system something about manners. They're not taught at home. They're not taught at home anymore, like mom and dad would teach us. But I think That will bring more people. If they come to Shelbyville and have a good experience with a waitress, a waiter, somebody at a drive-up window, uh, somebody at any of these other places, when they come to City Hall and our folks up there at the counter meet them with a smile, that means something to people. If they come to the police department, if you're not having to bring them in handcuffs, and you smile at them, that means something. I mean, they may have done something wrong, but we want to treat people like we want to be treated. And I think that helps our city grow, and it also is word of mouth to somebody else to say, I went on the square in Shelbyville and I passed somebody. You hear this in New York City that nobody smiles, nobody looks at you, nobody does this. But I still get that from Shelbyville. A lot of people say, that's the friendliest place. They'll smile at you, they'll wave at you and all that. I hope I'm not getting off of the thing, but I think that is a strength that we have in Shelbyville.
There's help wanted signs and hiring signs all over Shelbyville. Just drive down the streets everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think we've got the opportunities here, but I think generationally things have changed. Longevity for people in a job has changed. Used to be in a job and maybe you'd be there 20, 25 years.
Right.
Now, the opportunities in the smaller towns aren't there for you to grow in those opportunities as much. And so therefore, a lot of the younger generation, in order to build their career, they have to do the stepping stone thing. And sometimes that doesn't have an opportunity here in a small town. You have to go somewhere else. So, I think we should bring more opportunity, like you're saying, back here for our younger people.
Okay.
Which means building more economic opportunities here, make them want to be here. Because you just don't see it. Like in nursing, you have to go pretty much in order to grow in your profession, you have to go here, and then you might go here for a few years, and then you might come back here, because if not, you're kind of stagnant in your area. So, I think we've got to have the opportunities here to keep people in our community.
I agree.
Instead of having to go outside of it.
I agree. Anybody else thought about that?
Would you consider that a weakness then, career?
I think that yes, we're friendly, unless we've got opportunities, but yeah, I think the weakness is that we don't have a variety of opportunities, career growth, careers.
Okay. TCAT. I think that is a strength. I think TCAT building the new facility out on 231. If we're looking at our strengths of Shelbyville, Bedford County, they could have picked somewhere else, but they picked Shelbyville, Bedford County, and they're offering new situations of training for folks. We've got some industries in Shelbyville that are doing the same thing. Cooper Steel, and some of those folks that are training folks, and the young people. They're taking people and teaching them how to weld and things like that. Go ahead.
Okay, is that gonna be a strength? You all need to tell us what category you want these.
Yeah.
When you're going,
Would that be a
We
strength?
gotta bring this back.
TCAT? Education?
Strength, right?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you have to remember now that the city of, this council was very,
Yeah.
we were very influential in helping TCAT stay here by purchasing, we spent a lot of taxpayers' money to buy that land because we were asked by TCAT. So we stepped up when it was time, this city council did, for the people of Shelbyville to keep TCAT here.
You
So
absolutely
that's,
did.
Okay, all right, so that's a strength. Okay, let's just go down strength for a minute. Diversity we had in 2023. What, Scott, go ahead. You got something?
That's.
2020.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, diversity, and we talked about that a while ago, the folks that are coming into Shelbyville, we're seeing new cultures and new things like that, and working with those folks, we're getting folks that are really skilled in certain areas and things like that. Is diversity one of our strengths? Is it a weakness? Or is it an opportunity? Where would you put that?
I didn't wanna call it a weakness. I'd rather call it an opportunity.
Yeah. And it's listed in both. In 2023 SWOT analysis, diversity was listed in strengths and it was listed also in weaknesses. So it's something that we kind of need to work on.
That's interesting. What was the thought behind that? I have it both in strength and weakness.
Yes, I think so. I
I
think
think
so.
it's probably just acknowledging that that can be a challenge.
Yeah, it can.
Not so much a threat, but that can be a challenge.
Yeah.
How you approach that.
Yeah.
Is what they said.
Okay, history and heritage, that kind of goes along with what we were talking about a while ago, trying to remember what Shelbyville is all about, but build on that. And then with the heritage and diversity we're talking about, we can all work together on that. Beautification of the city it says, was one of our weaknesses. Is our city better looking today than it was in 2023?
Yes.
Everybody agree on that? Is it better looking today than it was in 2023?
Look at all that's been done to the square just recently. Look at all we're doing up there.
How about the rest of our city?
You know.
I think we've got opportunities.
Yeah. We do have opportunities. I think beautification. I asked Henry the other day about the beautification committee. We used to have a group of ladies and maybe gentlemen too that were a beautification committee, and I'm all for let's start another beautification committee. They can make comments and help us with decorative pieces and things like that. And I always thought that they did a great job. I thought they did a great job. So opportunities, we want to put that under opportunities, right? Okay. All right. Economic development. And I skipped one on purpose for just a minute. Economic development. How are we doing on that? We got a lot of commercial coming. Starbucks, I think all of us are invited Sunday to kind of an opening for Starbucks down there, a soft opening from, is it 2 o'clock?
10 to something.
Huh?
10 to 2, I think.
10 to 2. And so we've had some growth in a lot of commercials. We've got Chick-fil-A. We've got others out in front of Dose Brothers or all kinds of different things that's coming. We've got flooring that we just had a grand opening on, Extreme Flooring and things like that. We still have a hotel that we're working on for hopefully that gets built this next year or at least get started on it and things like that. But economic development, what does it mean to you? What does economic development mean to you? Is it the city making money? Is it the people having better jobs and making money? Is it development of the city? Or all of the above?
I almost think it goes down to the very next item on the list, retail and what your retail and your industrial base is.
And we've got the retail strategies Ginger had mentioned a while ago, or someone had mentioned a while ago, that we've got, and we're working on that. So that is that a weakness or is that a strength? Huh? Okay. Okay. Anybody else?
So move it away from strength
I'm not saying
to,
it's not a strength, but it's also an opportunity for future growth.
Okay. All right. Highway 231. Is that a strength or a weakness? I think it's one of our stronger points. stronger points. All
It's only
right,
gonna get stronger.
sir,
It's gonna get stronger.
gonna get stronger. You're exactly right. I agree with you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
To some, it may seem to be a threat. To some, it could seem to be a threat. I could see that. As you mentioned, the old Walmart, from Madison to McLean has just kind of shut the lights down on that area because of that fact. So,
Oh, you're saying like it's a threat to the other side of the
Yes,
town, that
yes,
everything is growing
yes.
out that way.
yeah,
That's a good point.
what is, Highway 231 is a strength, no doubt about it. Is there a weakness associated with that, or an opportunity associated with that, or a threat associated with that? I'm thinking of one. Utilities.
It's your challenge.
Utilities. How are we gonna get them served? How are we gonna get the utilities out there? And that's where we get back to that working together as a group, all the groups working together, because we've got different ones. So where would you put that under Highway 231 as a strength, and then maybe as a threat or weakness of not having the utilities out there? Somebody give me an idea.
Well, they're actually out there and I've heard a lot more about the, what's the name of the property on the left where we're gonna build the racetrack?
Tennessee Downs.
Tennessee Downs, it's still in motion, this hasn't died yet, I've talked to people that, and if they so, and they'll have to have sewer, but but the whole deal is, are they willing to pay for it? I mean, and sewer is a disadvantage to the city of Shelbyville or the power company, because you can't shut off sewer. You can shut off someone's water, so if they don't pay their bill, but you can't shut off the sewer. And unfortunately, Shelbyville Power does not have water or electricity. The only thing they can provide is sewer. So the rate will be higher, but it's possible if someone is willing to, if the developer is willing to pay for it, the Shelbyville Power can do it. It was just like they just ran that sewer line on the east side of the east side of 231 all the way out for the airport.
Right.
And now there's plenty of availability out there for the hangars, as far as I understand, everything you got enough.
Yes, everything's out there.
There's not a problem with that. So, yes, it was $5 million, but it's,
Yeah, and Shelbyville Power can do, and we appreciate Shelbyville Power being part of our city, Shelbyville Power, Water and Sewer, but there are territorial issues that I think are threats or maybe weaknesses.
If y'all remember, I hate to bring this up. Whenever we had that big meeting out at the park, and that meeting room out there, and the gentleman from Tennessee Downs was there.
Yeah.
And I asked the man the question. He was up there blah, blah, about how great it was gonna be. I said, he was talking about different places he looked at property, 840 and here and I said, why did you settle on that place? Well, I've talked to Shelbyville Power, Water and Sewer, and they're on board to bring me sewer and water, and I'm thinking, I don't need to say that. But anyway, I know better than that. I don't know where he got that. I mean, it just ain't feasible. Without being able to supply water, it's just not feasible. It's not feasible. Unless they want to pay for it, and if they want to pay for it, you ain't for it, roll on.
And that's where everybody needs to work together, all these different groups. I was talking about the county and city and the Bedford County Utility District and all that. We've got to have better relations if we want our county and city to grow and develop and more opportunities for people. We've all got to work together. Territorial on utilities, because of the money that they make, is a big thing. But you know as well as I do that we built the substation Duck River Electric did out there because Shelbyville Power could not provide it financially. They couldn't run the new conductor out there and such things that, so they asked Duck River, what can you do? And we just happen to have residential growth. So Duck River Electric serves some of those large, and now Shelbyville Power is, they wish they had them because that's revenue and things like that. But yeah, okay. So we need to put in there, I still think we need to put in there that that is a threat or a weakness, the utility development out 231. I think so. All right, we'll skip the next one there on leadership. On strengths for just a minute. Airport of strength. Okay, we all agree on that. Let's just go forward. Yeah. That looks good. The Duck River. Strength or weakness?
Becoming a weakness. Right now it's a strength. As growth of, as Shelbyville grows, there's no more water and I've read in a number of articles that wars may be fought over water before in the next few generations because it's more and more people inhabit the earth. We're not figuring out more ways to make water. And the only way I understand the options for us for the Duck River is raise the dam at Normandy, which to me just sounds like a huge undertaking to raise the dam, which, and of course, then that's got a backflow, who's gonna more land behind it if they raise that water, or the Columbia Dam, if they would ever reinstate that, but water's a problem. There's water, it's more of a problem downstream from us right now than here, but it is because it's gonna be, and it's not gonna go away. That problem is gonna exist.
But at the moment, we're not pulling our capacity on what we've got permission to pull. We're at like 6 million gallon and we've got permission to do 10 million. So, I mean, I don't find that that's gonna be a huge issue for at least a little bit for us, which is a good thing.
Yeah, but we need to stay ahead of the game though. We don't wanna get close to getting to 2 million and, you know.
I'm not sure the newest thing was 10 million or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, what he told us at the meeting, they've got a 10 million gallon permit right now, and
Yeah.
they're 6 or 7 million maybe tops of that, what they're
10
using.
million gallons a day water treatment plant, they do.
Water.
I saw something the other day, and we can decide where we want to put this. I think Duck River is a strength for us, but I also think there's a threat there because of downriver. I'm talking about Lewisburg and Columbia and all of that. And how are we going to get into the next time they try to get a license? Is it still going to be 10 million gallons? Or are they going to try to cut back on everybody so that everybody will have water? I didn't think we'd ever have that problem. Mayor Dennis Hunt, the county mayor, had a video on the other day. He's from Coffee County, and Manchester and Tullahoma are two cities within the Coffee County area, and he was talking about Normandy Lake. Well, Manchester uses water from Normandy Lake, but they also go through a water treatment plant and put that water back into the reservoir there at Normandy Lake. Tullahoma uses Normandy Lake water or the Duck River water, but what do they do out of their water treatment plant? It goes into the Elk River. So he was trying to say, we've got to get more people, if they're treating the water, they need to put that back into the Duck River Reservoir. So there's a lot of things. So that's a threat, I think, as well as a strength. Would y'all agree or disagree on that? That water could be a problem in the future. Okay. All right, and I'm looking forward to the Duck River Walk. I think that's going to be a plus for our city when we get that. Are we still small town USA? Is that a strength for us?
We are.
Yeah.
Chapel Hill, but,
Yeah.
but we're not Murfreesboro either, so.
So that's a strength. We're still small town USA. That's good. People like to go to small town USA. to beat the crowds and stuff. Sometimes it gets crowded here. What about opportunities? How much are we growing? What will Shelbyville look like in 10 years? We're about 25, maybe 26,000 now. What will it look like in 10 years? With changes in immigration and with changes in taxes and temperatures and these people up in the Northeast, I don't see how they're not freezing to death. They've had snow and ice and stuff all winter long, and so some of them are coming this way. We're getting Pennsylvania people, we're getting a lot of people from California, and all those kind of things like that. So I think that is a strength that we're small town USA, but when we will be medium town USA?
How many homes do we have?
Is that an opportunity?
How many homes do we have in the pipeline?
Yeah.
Buildings, yeah.
Oh,
what's
in
it-
the pipeline,
Yeah, how much is,
probably about 3,000.
Yeah,
so that's 10,000, 12,000
Yeah.
population right there.
yeah.
Opportunity.
Oh, yes, sir.
People are complaining that we're growing too fast.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Is that a threat? Us growing?
Can be.
Look, our
It's certainly a
infrastructure can't
challenge.
keep up, and that's where we're gonna have to be responsible for making sure our
That's
infrastructure
exactly right.
is proactive instead of reactive afterwards.
Yeah.
Because that's what the frustration is.
Well, that's just like, that's
I
another.
agree
school.
with you.
Another school, another
Yeah,
fire
at least
department.
another school.
It's another
Yeah,
fire department.
Yeah, another-
It's, Fire Station 4 instead of just now,
Every decision has to be looked at, especially these major decisions, in 10, 20, 30 years down the road, how's it gonna look?
Yeah, look how many more police officers you're gonna have to serve that. And then you got, what, 700, well, they reduced it to 500 and something homes up that you're considering, that the planning commission is considering this month, aren't they?
Is that included in your 3,000?
Did we get those in the right
Yeah,
categories?
yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, we see opportunities and we do need to look at it. Thank you, Betsy, for your input there. All right, citizens, the people, we've got good people. I think that's a plus. I think we've got a plus in Shelbyville. We've got some divided groups, like I say, and we just need to try to get those people pulled back together. So that is a strength, the citizens that we have, but that also could be an opportunity for us to pull everybody together. Everybody try to work together in moving the city forward and things like that. I don't think it's a threat. I think it's more we just have an opportunity. We need to just all get along and all work together and things like that. Everybody agree? Public safety. Public safety. We doing a good job, Jan?
What we got?
I thought you are. I think you are too. Pat, you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has crime and those kind of things, has you see it escalating in 10 years or 20 years? I mean, to a point where you're gonna have, have y'all got a SWAT vehicle, one of those? Are you gonna have to have it? I'm looking at this thing out in Arizona where it is. There's vehicles all over the place.
Mayor.
What does it look like to you in 10 or 20 years in Shelbyville as far as the police department?
We're about talking more employees.
Okay.
With the population growing, we're actually low now than what we should be.
Right.
We're 52 sworn, we're 3 short. So staying full strength is a hurdle. It really is. You might get full strength for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and somebody else leaves. So, but it's gonna have to increase. You have to increase your patrol, increase your manpower on each shift. And future. That's all.
Okay. Is it hard to get police officers? Okay.
It's hard to keep.
It's yeah.
It's hard to get them.
Yeah. William, did you have something
Yeah,
to
I was
say?
gonna add,
That would be a
I've seen a lot of-
strength, I think.
I've seen new faces. Are
It
you-
is a threat to not being able to get.
Are we able
What do you
to
think?
Staffing.
get, experienced police officers from other areas to come here? Are you hiring any at all?
Get the ones that are applying here are most of the time not caliber. So we're testing what? 12 Friday on new people that not been an officer, but we've lost over 3-4 in the last 3 months or something. Other departments.
Is that because of pay, or is it because of retirement, or just the benefit package in general?
Pay benefits and the whole package, but mostly pay.
Do we seem to lose into counties that are close, or cities that are like right around us, or are they traveling like to Davidson County?
We lost, we lost several to Bedford County. We lost, one to THP, we lost one to Butler County Sheriff Department, and that's just recently.
I looked at a thing honoring SROs the other day, and I noticed that like 4 or maybe even 5 of them were former police officers.
Yes. We've lost several.
Yeah, it's all right, like 4 or 5 of them.
That's probably better hours and safer too.
We lost several unfavorable. They're SROs.
Okay, thank you, Chief Phillips and Deputy Chief Mathis. Now, Fire Department. Eric, what do you see in 10, 20, 30 years? Are we gonna have a high-rise built in Shelbyville one of these days? How far would that, it'll reach 100, will it reach 80 feet, 100 feet?
107.
Okay. So right now, our buildings on the square are covered. The situation out there at our industrial park, are we all right? Okay. Hospital, Walmart distribution, all of those, the airport, have we got the airport covered? Okay. All right. What do you see in 10, 20, 30 years? Do you see just larger vehicles, more people?
More manpower and more stations for us.
And the same thing with salary and benefits, trying to do better on those? Okay, okay. I noticed where we'd sworn in, was it 4?
3.
Okay, okay. Are we up to full speed again? All right, all right. And two of those was retirement, right? Were 2 of those retirement? Okay.
Question, do we not tell these people what we're gonna pay them when we hire them?
No.
What I'm hearing, we're training them, we're training a lot of them, and then they're hitting the door.
We'll get to your stuff here.
It's just the first step.
We're training them for everybody else. They drag up from Shelbyville, and there's no consequence to it. We spend X amount of dollars training them. Murfreesboro, whoever offers you more money, we're gone. You take care of it.
If they work the time.
Right.
They don't get paid.
Right. I mean, I don't understand.
Do we have any kind of and that'll be something not for today, but do we have any kind of thing if you come to work for the city of Shelbyville? Some of them probably just don't know that they want to be a police officer or a fireman until they go through it, right?
Leaving here and going somewhere.
So, yeah, what I'm talking about is maybe as part of the contract that you have to stay with us 3 years, or, after we train you and do those kind of things, you have to stay. Do you have that in your contract now? How much is it? 3 years?
3,000.
Do you enforce it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Full force.
Same thing, Eric? Okay, okay. All right. We appreciate all you guys are doing, and y'all step in any other of these places here. We've talked about TCAT vocational training as being a strength and things like that. So public safety, I would say, would be a strength. We're doing a great job. You guys are doing a great job now. But I would also think of that as a weakness, wouldn't you? Because we're losing people, and we need to make some changes there so that we don't lose those people. All right. And we all know about the facilities. We're really wanting to get some property and things like that and get you new facilities. Quality of life. I missed that one in strengths. What's quality of life in Shelbyville, Bedford County? Is it better than Murfreesboro? Is it better than Nashville?
Driving around
How is the quality of life, and is that a strength? Is that draw somebody to Shelbyville? When Chick-fil-A was coming here, that lady called me at 9:30 and 10 o'clock at night. She'd call me and she'd say, Mayor, what kind of education can my daughter get? What kind of schools do you have? How's the crime? She lived in Memphis. How's the crime in that area? Are there places for us to live, and is it reasonable? All of those kind of questions like that, and that's what people ask it. The arts, she asked about that. What kind of things do you have, music and plays and things like that? And of course, those are questions that people ask when they're moving into it. I think the quality of life is pretty good in Shelbyville. And we're close enough to Nashville. If you want to go down Nashville for a music event, we can't hardly handle those large music events like they have in Nashville, but that's Music City, USA. So that's a plus for us being right here, that close to them. And I don't mind saying that to somebody, you know, live right here in Shelbyville. You don't have to fight the traffic all the time. If you want to go see Elvis, if you want to go see,
the movie this weekend.
that's right. If you want to go see something, whatever. But I think the quality of life is good here. Do you agree or disagree? Tell me, do you agree or disagree?
I agree that the quality of life is good here,
Okay.
but sometimes it would be nice to do things a little bit closer to home, and you weren't gonna have to drive an hour and 15 minutes,
Okay.
you know, to go watch a show, you know, do something. I mean, just have more opportunity, especially for our youth. There's not as much for our youth here. And so, you know, you have a lot more opportunities for them, kind of keeps them busy and keeps them out of trouble and keeps them kind of on path, maybe so.
So more entertainment.
More entertainment, more activity-based things.
Yeah.
Did you
Scott?
consider that a weakness or to have more opportunity to have more
I mean, there's more opportunities for,
entertainment for you?
but, you know, we've got that grant coming with the concert series, so.
Yeah.
And the Fly Arts Center
Drive,
Yeah.
is doing more and more and more from a cultural aspect,
right.
from the big event they had last weekend
Mm-hmm.
to dramas, and then again, they're the
Yeah.
driving force behind these epic concert series.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of opportunities.
So that's a strength and an opportunity. Would you say? Put it under strength and opportunity, opportunity to have more and those kind of things?
I look at the squares, it's always thinking of different things.
I mean, it just looks so much different than it did 3 or 4 years ago on Friday and Saturday night, and I mean, it's just, I know. And isn't that great? Isn't that great? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But does that bring up a witness?
We've talked about a lot of the things and weaknesses. What do y'all think is the biggest weakness that we have in Shelbyville? What's the biggest weakness? And we're gonna take a break in about 5 minutes. What do you think is the biggest weakness that we have?
Biggest weakness?
Don't say the mayor. What do you think is the biggest weakness in Shelbyville?
Infrastructure.
Okay. I agree.
So you're right.
I will agree.
School,
Everything from the
school,
traffic, utilities.
school.
Schools?
School, yeah. I went to Southside School all my life, and that puppy ain't changed much.
That would be changed, wouldn't it?
Yeah. School, they don't raise what?
Infrastructure.
She said infrastructure.
Okay, I agree. I agree. Uh, some of the things they had on here before, beautification was weakness, enforcement, versus pride. I guess that's under beautification. Water supply, and we talked about that a while ago. Sewer service, we talked about that. Some of our sewers are 1,800 and something, the pipes. And John Freeman tells me they're working on that all the time, patching. We just did the Dairy Street up there, and I think anytime we do any construction, road construction, anything that we need to talk to Shelbyville Power, Water and Sewer, and we've got 2 members on that board. But when we do that, folks, let's replace those old sewer lines and those old water lines. We're digging it up anyway, let's do it. Wouldn't you agree, Buck?
Absolutely.
I thought you would. I thought you would. I thought you would. I was teasing with someone on the telephone last night, my nephew, and we were talking about the growth out there. He owns some property on 231. And we was talking about the growth, and I said, yeah, we're thinking about digging a tunnel and using golf carts to get from Shelbyville to the airport. Y'all know what Nashville's doing. They're digging a tunnel for electric vehicles, right? To take them from downtown Nashville out there. Can you see that in our future? I can see bus service in our future.
No, not in mine.
Can you see bus service in our future?
Yes.
I can see it in 20 years, maybe.
20 years.
Somebody, as the generations get older and things like that, they can catch a bus. We're doing everything we can to help pedestrian traffic, and we're building and developing around the square to get, but I can see bus service would be something that we need for the future. So we could put that as an opportunity, wouldn't you think? Okay. Did somebody have something to say? Okay. Huh?
MTSU. We've got the arrow.
Yeah.
We don't have the aerospace.
That's right. MTSU, the Aerospace Center, strength.
Yes.
What are we gonna have built out there besides, they're gonna do dormitories and all kinds of things?
Currently on their plan, they have 5 structures on their master plan. And one of those is to be, housing for up to 2,000 students.
Are they gonna feed them or are we gonna feed them?
I can tell you, most students don't prefer the cafeteria, so that's what's there. It's gonna be standard university food, so, yeah, they'll go elsewhere for food. And they'll go elsewhere for housing too, for those that are upperclassmen and things of that nature.
So that's commercial development out 231. Okay, okay. All right, that's a strength, don't you guess? And then even the commercial development, I think, is a strength.
Celebration, they took the agency as as a strength.
Yes,
Here.
sure.
And just that whole area and property and everything that they're doing, I think that's a strength because it is bringing people in,
Okay,
spend their dollars here.
okay. Okay, one thing, and I looked at a lot of different things here and being growth preparedness and all those kind of things. And I think all of you kind of looking at that, but if you come up with something, we need to do this to get ready for 20 years down the road or 30 years down the road. One of the things that I looked at was tourism, increased tourism. We need in Shelbyville a tourism director. Now, I think that we need somebody that can be cross-trained in 2 or 3 things. They can do videos. They can go to the shows that they can show those videos. This is Shelbyville. This is what we have. This is our opportunity. And I think we kind of run over those things. But I think that's an opportunity that we need a tourism director. And that person can do all of our videos, can do camera work, all those kind of things. We need to take pictures of you guys doing things. Pat, if you're having to wrestle somebody down, do we need to get a picture of that? But I don't, what do y'all feel about that? Is that an opportunity? Do we need that?
Well, I think we need it, but there's also opportunities to partner with other people in the community that already do that. Like the the chance.
Yeah,
There is somebody that is doing
Yeah,
tourism.
yeah. And if we could work that group out, yeah, if we could work together with them, even if we paid part of their salary and somebody else, but we need somebody in Shelbyville I noticed that, and I'll brag on him, Mr. Carney in the county, he's got that website and he's got things on there all the time. We need that. That tells the story of Shelbyville and people look at that now. So we need that. Newspaper and that type of information, that is really a weakness in Shelbyville right now. I like Time Gazette but I remember that old 5-day-a-week Time Gazette and a Sunday paper and all those kind of things, and people read them. I think that both of those are down, way down, because people would rather maybe just go on social media, and I do the same thing. But that is a weakness in Shelbyville. We need maybe to, I don't know what we could do in that kind of case, but we need something to get the word out on news, not news 5 days ago, but news right now. And Shelbyville now is doing a pretty good job on that, but we need some other people to do that. Would y'all agree that's a weakness in Shelbyville? News?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially in the print.
All right, before we leave this and take a break, anybody just mention anything, strength, weakness, opportunity, or threat? Anybody? All right, let's take a break. About 15 minutes, is that good, Scott?
Your call.
Okay, about 15 minutes, so let's go about 2 or 3 minutes after 10, okay? All right, folks, let's get started again. We want to cover all the ground that we've got today, and I'm going to turn over the speaking and the control of the meeting for a few minutes to Scott Collins, our city manager, and he'll have staff assistance there. Scott, would you start us out on that ratified plan for 2023, please, sir?
Yes, sir. This is in section 6 of the notebook. And it's just to kind of give you all a snapshot of where we're at on your main priorities. In 2023, you had 3 priorities in what's called 6 different buckets. And for example, the first one was public safety. Your 3 main priorities was a new police headquarters, new fire department headquarters, and to increase staffing in police and fire. And all 3 of these have had progress made. As you all know, the police and fire facility is under review right now. We're going to have an upcoming meeting on it, and looking at the property and some other items. Our city attorney has done some work on a lot of it, and that meeting should move the ball forward if the council chooses. Because again, all of this is you all. Increased staffing for police and fire. This goes back to 2019, and MTAS said that we were 12 below in fire staffing. Well, since then, this council has worked steadily, and for example, since 2023, 6 new firefighters have been added, which brings us up to the 2019 levels. But we are making progress. We are making progress. So that was the 3 main goals for public safety. Is there any questions on it? Okay, moving on to finance and administration. The number 1 priority was the sales tax allocation, sales tax agreement with Bedford County. And without going into too much detail, you all know that the city won the bench ruling from the Chancery Court. The county chose to appeal it, and it's in the appeal process as we speak. Council chambers was number 2 priority, to have a dedicated meeting space. That was easy. We're sitting in it. So moving on, under finance and administration, the IT department was a focus, and we have made significant progress there. We're getting more in tune with the needs that the state mandated, as well as our insurance providers. We've still got a long way to go, but we're making progress. Any questions on finance and administration topic?
Just a comment, you are already outgrown our chambers.
That's right. We got plenty of that. But you're right, Councilwoman. Public Works. The number 1 priority was flood pumps and flume repair project. The flood pumps are sitting over on the hill, ready to be installed. We'll be going to bid and have the results in front of this city council on April 9th, if everything holds true to plan. Fleet maintenance facility. We did the survey. Look at him perk up back there. We did the survey, and the information's there, and that's just a part of the overall facility improvement process that you all be looking at and receiving more and more information forthcoming. And Fairfield Pike was a priority for you all. One part of it has been improved. The area around Cartwright School, the city worked with the Cartwright and county officials and everybody to improve that section of it. However, we're still working on the surface transportation block grant on the other section of Fairfield, near Kroger and the church. So we've still got a lot of work to do there. Utilities is a really challenging one because, they have their standalone board and their standalone staff. But I did have the opportunity to talk to the general manager. As you all know, sewer is ready to be hooked up at the airport. The north 231, they carried out your all's directives and sewer is ready to go. However, the water is a whole nother issue, and unfortunately, this board nor the Shelbyville Power Board does not have control over it. But fire hydrants have been installed at the airport. That was a shortfall that you all saw and challenged to be done, and it has been done. Uniform growth strategy between city and utility providers, number 2 priority. Meetings have been held and communication has been improved. But as stated around this table this very morning, more work needs to be done. Water production, sewer processing, do not have an update on that. Parks and Recreation. Number 1 priority was Rail to Trail project, and now this is in 2023. Since then, the cost factors, the right-of-way acquisition factors, and a lot caused that to be kind of set on the back burner for a while. The 60-acre park, however, significant progress. They're ready to break ground. Received the bid package yesterday.
That was the completed set of plans.
Yes.
And they're going to our review committee. And hopefully next week with the review committee with any changes that they need to go. And then at that point, we'll be out to bid for grading.
Correct. And we hope to have them bid results in front of this council also on April 9th. And trail development citywide is in progress. They did conduct a comprehensive master greenway plan, working on connectivity and stuff. But again, that's contingent on funding. One of the things, of course, that you all been working on for years is the Transportation Alternative Program grant for the River Walk and River Overlook, which hopefully will be breaking ground July of this year. So, and then going into economic and community development. Downtown Riverfront. A lot of work done on the Riverview District leading to the area. Flower Center parking lot has been improved and expanded. Riverview District is probably 60% along, now having to be held up because of the River Walk. So once all these projects fall in together, things will be significant improvement. The last 2 items under economic and community development, expand celebration. I didn't know how to report on that. You all know that we've got a great relationship with Celebration. This council supports things from the cowboy mounted shooting across the board to other events. They've increased their campground. They've doing a lot more events at Cooper Steel Arena. So it's going very well. And then the last priority, number 3, was a combination of elderly housing opportunities and tourism. And I didn't know how to really report on that.
How are they the same though? Shouldn't they be different? I mean, because I don't see the elderly housing and tourism being anywhere in the same.
That they tied for number 3, I guess is what it is.
Yeah.
The dot exercise we'll be doing later this afternoon. I think they had the same amount.
If I can, Scott.
Oh, please.
Yeah, in the expanding of the celebration, we did have the Tennessee Walking Horse National Celebration Annual Meeting, and being mayor, I'm on that, with that association. They have, made money for the first time in a few years. They're making headway again. As you know, they took a hit there for a number of years, and things are looking better all the time, and more boxes are being rented for the celebration and things like that. And he, of course, Warren is doing everything he can with his staff to get new events in there, and they're trying to use the celebration grounds year round as possibly as they can. Everybody else that was on the board, they're working good. We got financial reports and they look good in all those things. Elderly housing opportunities, I don't know what they were, I don't remember exactly what we were talking about at that time. We do have from time to time, and I'll get personal calls in my office about people wanting to get into the subsidized housing or the Shelbyville housing development properties that are no longer able to take care of properties themselves, and they don't own properties, and of course that is based on 30% of your income, that rent in those houses and things like that. We did get a good report the other night from Mr. Tillman, and I don't know as far as extra development on that. I don't know of any contractors or developers that are looking at building any. We've got one gated community, one or two gated communities, and I have seen some developments in some other areas where they make smaller homes, and they kind of make it where they're 55 and older or 65 and older. I'd like to see more of those in Shelbyville, but you know, the developer has to make money and those kind of things. I don't know how the city, if we can get a grant to do anything like that, to try to help on anything like that, and just develop it for that age group if we possibly can. And along those lines, I've got a meeting tomorrow that two ladies wanted me to meet with them. The Skills Development Center, some folks have children that have special needs, and they have raised those children, and now they're adults, and they're aging. The people are aging, and they can't guarantee that they're going to be there for that child in the later years. So those two ladies wanted to come talk to me about what we can do in the city of Shelbyville, of maybe having a little development. Of course, we've got Habitat for Humanity and all those kind of things, but they want to have, and it'll have somebody there that will oversee in these houses. Does anybody know of houses that we've got like that now around? I thought we had one or two that were probably privately funded and privately owned, but I can see where those folks are saying, what's going to happen to my child if they don't have brothers and sisters, if they don't have family in the area. These folks they can get around themselves, and they can handle a lot of things themselves, but there's a lot of things that they will need some assistance in. So that's something for us to look at.
That's what skills development does.
Yeah.
I'm on board for that. And
Yeah.
So, I mean, they do have multiple houses in 3 locations here, Tullahoma and Fayetteville, that do house a group in a group setting, age different. Some are young, some are mid, some are older, men, women, and that's what they do. And they have a caregiver there around the clock to kind of help with them. And some people even kind of give them their houses, like if they have a house that their child has been raised in, like if something happens to them, and the house goes to the skills place, and they service the home. They leave that resident there, and they might put 2 other people in there with them and service that. So there are some here already through that organization.
Do you know where they're located, Betsy? I was trying to put
One
my
used to be
finger on it.
Raby, I think. One was on Raby Avenue.
Raby?
Maybe.
Okay.
There's 2 or 3.
There's a couple off of Colorado as you go out.
There's one in that area.
Off on Morton or one of those?
Old Nashville Dirt Road.
No, it's not.
Okay, I know where you're talking
There's
about. I
2,
know
I think
exactly.
there's 2 there.
Yeah, I know.
don't know if that's not skills. That's somebody else's.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Those 2 right
Private,
there on the
yeah,
right.
that's a
Yeah,
private
yeah,
deal.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's not
somebody
skills,
else's. That's not skills.
Okay.
And that, yeah.
but expanding for the elderly and things like that, and I don't know if we can get a grant as far as the city looking toward elderly housing or other than what we've got already as far as the Shelbyville Housing Authority. And this skills development, I think the ladies told me yes, and I'll get more information tomorrow, that they get $65,000, I guess, for each person. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Manage the care, yeah, but as far as Shelbyville Housing Authority, I think that's what the purpose was in the beginning.
Yeah.
Was to help house the elderly that didn't have the
Yeah.
income coming in, and it just has kind of evolved over the years.
Okay, well, we could definitely look into it because one of the trends now is these housing developments that try to be all self-contained, that provide amenities for the elderly. So there's developers out there and there's facilities all close to us. So we can look into that. The target on that was, go back to it, 2024, 2025, with the planning department working with the partnership and Shelbyville Housing. So that'll need to be tweaked a little bit and try to move it forward.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
To finish up on the 2023 plan, MTS broke it down into 4 subcategories after the discussion. The single most important thing that the city could accomplish in the next year, and the council said, number 1, sales tax allocation between the city and county. Number 2, completion of flood pumps and flood repairs. So you all know significant progress has been made on each of them this year. The second section was what needs to be accomplished in 2 to 3 years. And top priority was 231 North and 41A utility extensions. There's been a lot of work, a lot of positive work done on that. A couple of challenges with a moratorium, but sewer is in. Then the second priority for the next 2 to 3 years was police and fire facilities. And then working on growth strategies for cities and utilities and sewer extension. Growth strategies is a quarterly meeting, Tom, that you have on the growth committee.
We have those, yes.
Okay. So there's work going on. And then section C, 2 most important things we could accomplish in the next 3 to 5 years: riverfront master plan, Fairfield Pike, and 60-acre park. Again, you all heard about the soccer complex underway. Fairfield Pike is in the right-of-way phase acquisition, and riverfront master plan will be updated. And lastly, if we could eliminate one problem we will soon be facing, it would be east utility extensions and flood pipes. So the council is moving the ball forward, along with some great work from the various departments. And Mayor, that is all the comments I have on the ratified 2023 plan. Unless anybody has any questions or comments, yes, ma'am.
Did we not map out a bike trail some time ago?
We completed a Greenways Trails Master Plan for the state. It was this time last year, actually, that you guys adopted that plan. That's
So where is it now? I mean, what's next?
Well, there's a lot of things next. Some of it I'll let Tom speak to, but from within the park system, what's next for me is we have an existing walking trail that's out there. We want to extend that. That was low hanging fruit for us. And Tennessee Department of Health has kicked in some money to us, free of charge, nothing, we don't have anything to pay for. And to actually map out what that trail extension onto the property is gonna look like. So we're excited about that. Hopefully I'll have some more news about that in the coming months. And then on the planning side of things.
Yeah, so on the next step would be to implement it by putting it into our subdivision regulations as well as our zoning ordinance.
Thank you.
If there's not any more questions or comments, yes.
Just one thing on the last item on our economic and community development tourism. I got a text while we were on our break and they felt like we kind of didn't give enough credit. I think Betsy mentioned it, but there is a full tourism department under the chamber that has a full-time director of tourism right now. I think that's part of us getting back and working closer with the chamber. I know we've reached out to them. I don't think we've heard back yet in a couple months. But if we could get back working more with them, I think they've rebranded their tourism department. They're doing a lot of stuff. They're posting regularly online. So I think that's more back into the collaboration more than needing our own department necessarily or a department person.
Both of us are doing the same thing.
Yeah, to be
We're gonna
duplicating that.
We're gonna give them money. We need to get some bang for our buck.
Yeah.
And
That would be
to
towards-
to speak about, I actually serve on that committee.
Yeah.
So we already have a seat at the table at that as well. Just want to let you know, as well as Warren and some, Beth Davis and some other community members serve on that tourism committee.
Any more comments, questions on 2023? Any from the department leaders? Moving on to the 2025 draft plan, the status and progress update. We met last March, but we never did ratify the plan. This is section 7 of the notebook. And but we could take the priorities and you have 4 classified as highest priority. Number 1 was begin planning development process for a new public safety headquarters. Without having to keep on repeating myself, that is well underway. Number 2, retirement benefits for public safety employees. This council authorized the benefits review committee that has been working diligently and moving the ball forward on it. And hopefully we'll have some information coming in the next few months on what the best option retirement plan would be for the city. Plan for the future of animal control. The city attorney has been working with the animal control officials, making sure we don't step over the line in regard to Tennessee code annotated. And now the staff at the animal shelter is working on what is needed to fully enforce what's on the books at this time. And we should have them numbers in the next week or so, if not sooner. And we'll be bringing that forward to the council for further discussion. Number 4, highest priority in 2025 was implement a facilities improvement plan. TML presented to this council last April, talking about the public safety building opportunities and also giving a report on the condition of the fleet facility or fleet maintenance facility and public works in general, as well as a possible building that could be used for expanded council chambers, city hall, planning and codes department, all back under one roof. And information should be provided to you all next week on the opportunities or possibilities there. So that drops us down to the priorities. And they were three priorities. Number one being hiring a city engineer to work with all departments. We have had challenges filling that position at this time. However, we're getting ready to reach out to some of the area colleges and universities to maybe get somebody, yeah, fresh out of school that can be trained under the likes of Will Owen, our Public Works Director, John Freeman, just work as part of the team and has a technical knowledge, but just not the experience. So maybe we can combine it all and then eventually weed out the need to have Will Owen doing 100% of our work. Next item is to continue, next priority, continue to plan and develop corporate hangars. There's a lot of activity out there. Paul, our director, provided that bid sets are ready to go for a couple of new hangars. And Paul, how many have already been built since last year?
Since last year, there are, four completed private hangars, and there are 2 under construction at this time. And there's a site prep's been done for another smaller private hangar as well that will start in the spring.
So that priority is being met. And then the GIS technical staff position was filled earlier October 2025, and paying great dividends. I mean, not been on the job that long, but already working through all departments to really aid and assist. And you all saw a quick glimpse of what he's doing at Willamette. That's just one of the big projects he's working on. Then the future possibilities was communication system upgrade for public safety. That is still somewhat in limbo because of coordination with the various entities, is my understanding.
We're just kind of at a standstill.
And then construct a helipad for tourism opportunities. Interested party in that withdrew. So that's kind of, again, at a standstill. And then create a smart gov system for community-wide use. We're using OpenGov and just now in the infancy, but we can already tell it's going to pay good dividends. But again, this plan was not broken down category by category because last year's was left something on the table. Just leave it at that. And so this year, when you all give us your goals and priorities, it'll be goal specific with public safety, the various buckets, however you all want. But Mayor, that's where we're at right now.
Okay. Any comments?
Deputy Chief, is that the radio systems that we're talking about? And the ones that the county's already on, correct?
I just want to let everybody know on what the GIS tech is doing at the cemetery. I did get 3 quotes, and that was, the cheapest one was $90,000 to do exactly what he's doing for the cemetery. I wanted y'all to have a dollar figure on what that service that an employee is doing to save the city.
Thank you, Ben. Anyone else? All right. We've already taken our break, so we'll look at goals, setting criteria. Goals. What is the number one goal that we should set for the city of Shelbyville? Not dreams, but goals. What do we need right now? I'll start it out. Flood pumps.
Okay, right now we're setting the criteria.
You're right.
So is this the goal-setting criteria you
Yeah.
want to?
Yeah,
And
let's
then
go
we'll
to it.
jump straight into it.
Yeah, yeah. The goals should relate to the mission as expressed in the mission statement. And the reason that I said that is one of our goals is to, uh, in the mission statement there is to, protect the folks or, maintain a high quality of life. And one of the things was about that flooding. I have been on that. I think we set that up the first month I was in office to get those flood pumps replaced. I know it's taken a whole lot of things. But we do have anything that relates to key issues identified in that SWOT analysis. And Scott, you want to read off what your notes say as for that SWOT analysis right quick? Have you got that handy?
Mayor, that's gonna be,
I think mine are easy.
okay, yes, please. I was about to say mine is gonna be more challenging.
Let me, while you're looking for that, let's go and I want to go a different direction. We talked about this the other day. I wanted to go, and I was going to start with, Mr. Fellhouse, Ward 1, and tell us what our goal criteria is. We're looking for public safety, we're looking for finance administration, all kinds of different public work, uh, things that we can do, utilities, parks, recreation, all of those kind of things. But I wanted to go just to specific wards. And I wanted to ask Mr. Fellhouse, and since he's not here with us today, I'll ask Ms. Ewing, in your ward, can you tell us what you think would be maybe a goal that we could set for the future, using all of our department heads and all of the things that we have in the city of Shelbyville? What would benefit and what would be a goal that we would set for Ward 2 of Shelbyville?
I think that people would love to see, of course, more paving of our streets. I get a lot of calls for that, along with, excessive speeding and not really stopping at some of the stop signs in those areas, especially around, Birch and, is that South Hillcrest in that area. Uh, Those are some challenges that I'm seeing and hearing, a great deal. There's been also, of late, there was a structure over there, spoken with, Brian back there, that was just completely not in compliance with a lot of things going on. I mean, it didn't even have a driveway existing. You know, the roofing was in poor shape and things of that nature. So every now and then I get some calls from, that type of direction too. But mainly the streets, putting more money into paving and, you know, I know this is, the season's about to start. I'm not sure when that starts, but I can't wait, get going on that. Yeah.
I rode around the city, and I'll mention Ward 1 just a little bit. I rode around the city. I do that on weekends from time to time when I have time, and went down White Street over there in Ward 1, and have looked at some of the. I don't know what we can do as far as goals to help folks want to improve their properties. And I know we have codes, and we have codes that the folks have to meet, and our folks are doing the best they can on things like that. But I mean, you go into some of those places, and what your neighbor does affects your property. And we need to do some things. And I don't know how we'll change it or what our goal would be as far as making Shelbyville. I've tried to put the message out, let's all clean up for fall or clean up for spring or do this kind of thing like that. And the White Street, I'll just say right offhand, yeah, that it needs paving. It needs, that street is all to pieces. And there, we've got a lot of streets that are like that, and Buck is limited on his finances to do what you can do. We're trying to cover streets that have the most traffic first and those kind of things like that. And we're trying to get to some of these others. And as we get more money in, I've always been for giving you more money to pave and do those kind of things like that. Animal control falls under that goal too. We're gonna have to do something about that. Remember, in our ordinance we have, it's roosters, not chickens. Roosters. So I don't want to, yeah.
They still can't run a
Yeah, yeah. And I agree, just like dogs should not do that either. But as far as the ordinance, all we've got is roosters. So we'll have to look at, as we move along, Ginger will help us on those kind of things like that. Sir.
I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna format this into the report that you all can look at.
Move forward with.
Consider. So do you want to add a bucket of ward specific?
I would, yes. I would see what's most important. I wanted the folks' opinion. They know more about their wards. I can ride around the city all I can, and you can too, Scott, or all the rest of us. But we live in the city. We represent the city, and so you would know more about your ward than I would. And you're probably getting more calls on it and those kind of things. All right, Marilyn, did you have anything else to mention on your ward?
No, you mentioned the animal control, of course I get all of that, but how can we put an ordinance in place and at the same time, we don't have the facility, nor manpower, nor anything to rectify the problem?
That's what I've mentioned over and over again. Don't do it if you can't enforce it. Don't do it if you can't enforce it. Yeah.
So, Scott, what you're saying is, right now, there's something being put in place to figure out what it will take to rectify some of these animal control problems.
To be able to house fowl or roosters that may be picked up that's in violation.
Running at large.
And others that are running at large. Now, chickens, of course, are permissible, but they come across the road, then they're considered at large and can be subject to being picked up.
So what are your plans to do with these animals upon being captured?
That's what they're working on right now, and is to house them. To house them, because I believe it, according to TCA, we've got to maintain them for 30 days.
Well, I wouldn't say 30 days. In general, you all passed that law on banning roosters, knowing that you did not have, because at the time, police and animal control clearly said, we don't have just even the tools to do that. And that kind of gets a little bit hairy. One, physically tracing fowl just in general from an at-large standpoint, running at large, picking up roosters from off somebody's property because of a ban is a completely different legal issue that we've talked about before. So in general, you all did that knowing that you were going to rely on what you've got, and you've got enforcement, and you all have heard me say this plenty of times. Municipal code violations are generally enforced through the municipal court through $50 a day violations. That's the power that it has. And so part of that is going further. You do have an enforcement mechanism. You just don't have what you consider a physical enforcement mechanism. And so I think and there have been some other things, as you know, Councilwoman Noel has had a lot of input that she wants to do in animal control. And so the advice, when I have met with Pat and I met with Mariah several times over the past couple of months, is for them to bring to you all what it would take for all the suggestions that you all have made, what they think it would take from a monetary standpoint. And then I'll have a piece on that too, because if you want to go forward, one of the ways that you use the power of the municipal court is Once you get the money, order, you owe this much money in fines, is you have to go forward. People just don't walk up to Kay's, counter and say, hey, I'm gonna pay this fine in municipal court. That does not happen. You actually then have to go through additional legal enforcement means to do that. And that's just generally not been, I actually shared this with several of your staff over the past week or two. This council seems more willing to take that kind of action than I've ever seen any other council. When I have walked through and laid out, this is all the various mechanisms, the steps, if it goes this far and this person doesn't voluntary comply, you go this, and you go this. Most places, most times they've said, let's don't go that far. So it's just you all saying this is what you want to do, and then budgeting in the budget on an annual that we will go that far.
So what's a neighborhood ballpark figure?
Oh, I don't know.
No idea.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they're working on it.
Let me kind of put my question, as far as making Shelbyville a better place and your ward a better place, what kind of goals can we set in the city of Shelbyville to make your ward a better place to live, or Shelbyville for your ward a better place? Does that make sense? What can we do? We know what we're doing, a lot of things already. Is there anything, public safety, public works, utilities, we know about streets and things like that, but what can we do to make your ward a better place?
I think all of the above. I think public safety, as I mentioned, the paving and,
Okay.
streets very important.
Ms. Noel, Ward 3, what can you tell us what's happening in Ward 3 and what can we do to make it a better place?
Well, again, work with animal control to kind of make that situation a lot better, because I didn't have a lot of that happening in my ward. I think we need to enhance long-term capital forecasting goals for us. I see what it is. I know that we're in this situation now because 10 years ago we didn't plan for it. 10 years ago we didn't plan for it, and so therefore now this council is having to make these hard decisions and save money. So traffic flow improvements at high congestion intersections. I had some in mind. I live, on Fairfield Pike, so that kind of is my word right in there.
Yes.
Encourage smart infrastructure planning, traffic systems, widening roads. I know that Fairfield Pike is a problem. Horse Mountain Road is a problem. We have a lot of walkers on those roads as well, and so you've got to make it safe and for these people to be able to walk. So identifies maybe some reoccurring flood or runoff problem areas in the area, because I know that I have quite a few areas that flood when it rains. Look at long-term drainage issues for that. And then just advocate for infrastructure readiness that attracts people that want to come to my area. And that they don't avoid it because of either high growth or not infrastructure being what it needs to be when you have 70 plus going on Fairfield Pike and you've got another neighborhood from it. I'm not against the growth. I just think that it's not over there.
Very good. Very good. Okay, let's go to Ward 4.
That would be me. I also have trouble with the infrastructure. It's very hard to get out of the streets 2 or 3 times during the day. There's a lot of traffic on 41A coming in and going out. So that, I don't know exactly what the answer is. We could use some more street lights in parts of the subdivisions, are pretty dark. The Dow Drive, the circle of Dow Drive really could use repaving. It's pretty rough, part of it. And another problem we have to face, and that would have to work on that, is when you go in the main entrance to Fairlane subdivision, behind the homes on the left, there's evidently when it was designed, there's almost like a creek or a waterway or stream that runs all the way up through behind the church.
Yes.
and all the way up to the back of Dale Drive where I actually reside. So and I've had complaints from neighbors that it backs up and floods their yards pretty bad there. So I don't know, and that'd be a pretty good sized project to dig all that out. But it really could use, and in some areas, the water, if you walk back to which I did, I never told me, we walked along the waterway. There's roots have grown across the water, and in places, and it's, I can see where it dams it up when there's water, but that's gonna be a pretty good project to go in there and, do that, but that would be one of the projects that I would like to see done. That's pretty much it. Other than that, it's,
Stormwater issues, things like that.
yeah, at the back, that same corner, you have area with you do have some lot of older sewer, and, I think Shelbyville Power is held off on that a little bit to see what the council decides and the planning commission about the new subdivision. I think that's gonna affect how that is resolved.
Are we doing anything with these situations that are coming about and as houses age and as roads age and things like that? Are we depreciating or appreciating
Housing
the property?
The property is appreciated, even though it's amazing the amount. I think everything, of course, it is still a pretty nice subdivision.
How,
And, we still have the issue of, some animals on, some property owners cap animals, a number of animals in their house with on chains, which is not, and
how do you think Lexington Cove is gonna affect us out there? I live in that same ward. Mr. Christie is my council.
We'll look at that. And, that's the new subdivision, which is that the one that you're talking about out on Union?
Behind the Gallen Smith Chapel
that
and
one,
all the
okay.
back in there, yeah.
Okay. When they presented that to us to do that, they gave exit strategies for their subdivision.
Right.
But you're still the problem becomes there are a number of times during the day when the traffic is backed up from Colorado all the way up to the old hospital.
Yeah.
Or McGee's drugstore.
Yeah.
And, it's only gonna increase that unless that road is widened, which will be and it's a state road. So how far down does it a state road all the way through? I think
It's got 5 different entrances and exits, Morton Street and
right.
different places that it comes out at when it's finished, but they haven't even started phase 1. They may have moved some dirt or stuff like that, right?
Lexington Cove.
Uh-huh.
Lexington Cove just went through the phase 2, they're working on the construction part, which has some off-site improvements on theirs.
Okay.
Lights, things like that.
Okay. Well, I was concerned of how that was gonna go because we've got a dead end street where that's gonna.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna open up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Christie. Appreciate that. Yeah, traffic lights and getting out on that road is kind of an issue. Yeah, and Jennings Lane, I might mention, living out there myself, Jennings Lane, if we could widen it, it would
You have
help.
the fall off on both sides of the road is pretty
Yeah,
dangerous.
it really does. It really does.
Pretty popular transfer.
Yeah, and I think
around
Mr.
there.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned the other day about people trying to run it off on that. Okay. Next up, Ward 5, Mr. Blevins.
I'm on the south side of Union Street from the vice mayor, so same issues on the traffic situation over there, which is, the solution to that is bypass. If we had bypass, it would fix a lot of our side of town on the major traffic. Also, I think a concern that I hear a lot about is property maintenance, particularly the West Jackson, West Lane Street area. We've got a lot of properties in there that don't visually look appealing. We could use some love. And then specifically in my ward, there's a piece of property, the Musgrave Ballparks, that I know is under consideration for one of our high priorities. If that is the direction that we go in, I think we need to add into our priorities under my favorite parks director's domain. We need an expansion of our baseball, softball facilities at HB Griffin before we do anything serious with. I noticed this week there was another big tournament that happened on those ball fields, and we need to have a place for those kids to go play ball before we remove the ball fields that they're using now. So I think that needs to make our priority list contingent on what happens with the property deal. Yeah,
Aren't the ball fields for profit?
They are.
they may well be.
Why don't you see that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They,
Yeah.
and they were packed this weekend.
Yeah.
And even that indoor on Lane
Soccer
Parkway,
field.
that
That's
indoor
full.
soccer
Yeah.
facility was packed too.
Yeah.
Can I ask this question?
What's your idea, Mr. Blevins? You've lived in a lot of different places. And what is your idea of how we can get folks to, I guess, improve their properties? Is there some kind of an incentive that we could give or anything like that that you can think of right now at the moment?
Yeah, I don't know if it's in it, but I think it's probably just enforcement as much as anything. You know, to enforce some codes and I know I think we're fully staffed now, aren't we, at property maintenance? So we've got a full staff out there doing it. And I know we get a report from every week. I know they're out there working. So.
Enforcement works, Mayor.
Yeah.
We let old boy last summer, baby, and we changed his attitude to the point of ass. Yeah, so enforcement works.
Yeah.
I guarantee it does.
Commercial out our way, out 4 and 5, and commercial your way, is that a problem? Somebody trying to get to a grocery store or to something, do we need more in your areas? Is there a commercial property available in your areas? And Bobby, I'll get to you in just a second.
We have commercial zoning. It's not been successful on our side of town. I don't know that every ward needs to have a big commercial area. I mean, we've got Piggly Wiggly out there, which does good, but some of those plazas out there that people come and go through them all the time. So,
Yeah, and that's one of the things that happened in the years past that we need to be careful on. And Tom, I know you're on top of this, but that subdivision you're in was supposed to have commercial properties along the front of it on 41A when it was originally designed. And then I think because of bankruptcy and all those kind of things, that never was developed. Now, how can we hold somebody accountable to that or hold them to the point that you've got to do what you've
I mean, I think that's market driven. If the
Yeah,
market's not there,
yeah,
they're not gonna
yeah.
develop.
But if they set it up for that, I don't even think they've cleared it off for any kind of commercial, but that's what the front of that was supposed to be. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You know, another thing to consider, Mr. Mayor, between Mr. Blevins and I, is proposed at least 3 large developments.
Right.
And then there's another one already under construction.
Right.
And so then the next thing comes up is, how are you gonna provide schools for all the kids that will fill those 3 subdivisions?
That's right.
And that's another concern.
That's
And
exactly.
they really need a central location, so the ideal place would be to build it somewhere in Ward 4 or 5.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm gonna get back to that and ask the question all the way around the table. Mr. Turnbow, Councilman Turnbow.
Betsy's had a question.
Betsy's taking blow if you don't let her talk.
No. Going back to what Josh was saying about the Musgrave property with ball fields, I want to talk to Trevor about this. How many potential softball fields do we have available at the park if we do proceed with Musgrave property?
We can accommodate, and what's proposed on the master plan is 3 additional ball fields at H.B. Griffin.
For a total of?
For a total of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9.
So that's way more than I have right now.
Yeah.
And you can handle the parking for all the traffic and stuff. Have you
All
seen?
that would be a part of this whole upgrade.
Okay.
Would be additional,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay, good question.
And facilities.
All right.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, bathrooms, everything. Sorry about that.
Mommy bathrooms.
All right, I'm gonna be dead and gone for them bathrooms.
All right, Mr. Turnbow, in your ward.
It's just like being vegetarian, I go to church at Cameron Baptist Church, and I mean, you come by there on tournament day, and our parking lot's full of that, whatever, but those fields are for profit.
Yeah.
I think it makes a big difference about where the city gets involved. So, if Trevor can handle them out there, that's great, but I don't see us being bound to provide them a facility for profit.
Yeah.
And as of right, I can speak to a little bit of that, and what, for instance, like what Brad does. So how he does, how we run tournaments right now. We do tournaments during the weekends on our fields, and he will use our entire park, and then as overflow, he's using Musgrave. As far as that. So if we had additional fields, then they could be all contained in one location as opposed to having to have half here and half there. I even have had him do HV Griffin, Musgrave, and Neverest.
Yeah.
So he's, as far as having that many teams out in the area.
And that's
And
of
of course,
course, those games they charge to play those games.
oh, yeah, so what they, those are comprised of travel ball teams.
Yeah.
So, and of course, we don't have that many travel ball teams here in Shelbyville, so those are folks that are coming in from outside of town, to Shelbyville. They're buying our gas, they're buying our food. What we want to do down the road is we want to put heads in beds. So our ultimate goal, as we develop more hotel space, and as these things get developed, is to be able to turn one-day tournaments into weekend-long tournaments. And that will hopefully have a larger economic impact for the city.
Are you charging him for the use of those to take care of our upkeep and maintenance on those fields?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We doubled the price last year.
All right, Bob, in your ward, what else have you got?
It's a great place to live. Went to church Sunday morning, and looked over to the dam, there was, I know you're all familiar with the man that pushes his wife around the wheelchair. They're laying down there under the picnic table on that concrete slab covered up with a tarpaulin. They must sleep good like that, because I came home from church, and they're still there. You know, and I've heard it on the news, some of our elected state officials have decided we need to have a bill that if one city or county is caught delivering their homeless to another place, that they can be very severely fined. Yeah, and that's probably good, because I'm gonna be honest with you, Shovel's not exempt. I've talked to some officers, and we haul them off, they get hauled off. And Murphy, I guess all cities do. Because when I was touring the homeless camps, the one down by the river, there's a gentleman down there, and Mark McGee was with us. And I asked him, I said, "What's your story?" I just got out of jail in Murfreesboro yesterday, the day before. You know, he didn't walk to Shelbyville. He was down there at the river. So homelessness continues to be I don't know why they like Southside. I guess because I don't know. Why homelessness seems to be a continuing issue for Southside. We got a supposed drug house on Southside that continues to do business. Don't know nothing about that, but I get calls every week. Every week. I'm like the rest of the counselors. We've got streets in Southside, and you know, I know the streets get cut up, and I've mentioned this before in council meeting. The city has to fix the water main, all the stuff it bust. And there's some subdivisions in Southside that the streets cut all places.
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna do it. It's just, you know, how can we, I don't know, the people that's fixing them, maybe they aren't doing a good job. So it's gonna fall back on the city. And then we've got developers that's destroying our streets, and they just ride off into the sunset. Big old dump trucks and material trucks and you name it, they come in there, they destroy the streets, and they ride off. They take their profit and they ride off. That ought to be addressed some way, shape, form, or fashion. We're not responsible for them tearing the streets up.
That's right.
But we are now. Because they're not, I never see them come back and fix the streets. What else? It's a beautiful place. Colonial Drive, Colonial Avenue. We got some property down there. Finally, one of them old shacks burnt down. The other one's sitting there. taxes owed on it, it's just sitting there. Nothing's happening. Scott's familiar with that. We've all got problems, but streets, homeless, drug house, other than that, it's a beautiful day in Southside. Beautiful day in Southside.
Commercial business, as far as shopping out there, all, just don't have it, do you?
We got soup kitchen. Now we got a little bit right across the, what is it? Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree, yeah, we got Dollar Tree. Yeah, got a Dollar Tree. But co-op, yeah, we got long time stuff. It's been there great. Yes, sir, right.
Tire shop.
Landry.
Tire shop, heartbeat of Shelbyville. Yeah, but anyway, it's just, I mean, it's a good place. The school is older than dirt. Like I said, that's where I went to school.
Roadways are pretty good, main roadways.
Yeah, the 231's good, but you pull off 231, it's probably gonna be pretty bumpy on you.
And I agree with Bob on these patch places. I mean, we have got them all over Shelbyville, and I think we had a rule that, Shelbyville Power, Water, and Sewer, if they do that, they have to repair them within 1 year and put them back like they were. Is that correct? Am I dreaming that? Is that correct?
That's correct. They end up digging the same hole, it seems like, year over year, so. We do a lot, they come back, you know, they don't have a paving crew, so they have to hire to come in, and usually you wanna get more than one or two of them to get done, so then they come in and do it. The ground settles, the patches, you know, give way, and then they have to come back to fix it. But there are tons of patches out there, I'll agree with that, 1,000%. It's not just the power company, it's a gas company, it's everybody.
Yeah.
You know,
There'll be some way these developers, if they want, I mean, I'm not against them building their house, but if they're gonna tear the streets up, that'll be held responsible.
We need to look at that, maybe, Scott.
Been some improvement on that.
Yeah.
yeah, we have a very fine area where we can have them do improvements between their property line to property line. I think what you're talking about is like an impact fee for all this growth that's happening and everything else, and I know there's
We
challenges.
can't
with
do
that.
an impact
But
fee.
if we had the impact fee,
I would let you do it.
I know you would, yeah. Impact fee would be outstanding.
Yeah, they did.
But they're destroying the
So
streets.
we can't, and we're looking at strategy here. We can't do an impact fee, correct?
That's correct, Mayor, at this time.
Can we increase development costs to take care of those roads that are torn up? Can we do that?
Are you looking at me?
Well, I was looking at Tom, because one of the things that Tom has to do this year by July 1st, of course, you know, is we have to justify on paper, we have to have our documentation, all of his development fees, folks that come in and make applications and stuff. And so that is supposed to be able to support his department planning, what it costs to do that. So paving roads is not a part of his department. That's not gonna be, we can't recover money for that.
Yeah, it'll support the operational part of it, but what it might help with, is the planning part of it. To actually start doing more strategic planning to identify sources of funds that, or, methods to deal with those, so.
But when you're doing the development, they set up about the streets in the development. They take care of that and the sidewalks and all those stormwater,
Yes.
all the whole bit.
Existing streets, they
We're
don't.
talking about existing.
Yeah, the existing streets are getting torn up, getting to them. I agree with you. 100%. We need to do something there, Scott, if we can. I don't know what we can do, and Ginger, what we can do as far as, if there's any way we can recover those costs, because the city, I don't think all of the city should be paying for what the developer tears up.
That's money that we could put and help pay for paving,
Yeah.
it's the end result.
Well, the problem there is, and I'm gonna talk about East Tennessee, so it's no reflection of anybody here.
Mhm.
But East Tennessee, especially my home area, was big on strip mining. And they implemented to help the cities and counties what they called severance tax, because you can imagine what them coal trucks were doing to local roads. Well, Then the coal operators went to Nashville and said how unfair it was. And next thing we know, it went away. And likewise, several communities around us have received the benefit of the impact fee to help address some of this. But then the big home builders associations and other big time developers went to Nashville, and now all of a sudden you can't do impact fees anymore. So
Is that
unless,
severance things legal? He's talking about that.
Up there, yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
They don't have it anymore.
Don't have it anymore.
No.
Don't have it anymore. No.
So
Huh.
the cities just need through TML and other avenues just have a stronger voice in Nashville. Sometimes we get drowned out.
Okay, I'm kind of hearing the same things on every ward, and I appreciate all of you doing that today. And anytime we need to do it again, let me know. If you got something you need to
No,
show?
no, sir, I
Okay.
just showed you how good
Okay,
they're.
what we had there. I'll address this, and I think you're doing a better job. Speeders. It's hard to stop them when all that traffic is going in it. But you've increased the number of citations on that. We have got folks driving, and I'm hearing it from everybody else, 60 miles an hour on Colorado, you know that. And, is there anything we can do traffic wise, traffic lights, signage, anything we can do to slow people down? I don't want to put humps in the road everywhere. Is there anything we can do that y'all know of in your work?
Enforce as much as we can, when we're not answering calls.
Yes, sir.
And so we have traffic enforcement we can do there, but, the signage is there. We've got, close to Mitch's house, we've got a digital sign there, tells how fast they're going. We've got those in 4 or 5 different locations to Cannon Boulevard, try to, make people aware of what their speed is.
Okay. That's tough, and I'm sure it's tough in the middle of traffic trying to stop somebody pull them over.
Of course, my office is at the tire shop. I'm there from 5:30 to 7. This is the God honest truth, as I said here. We've had people show up there at the tire shop early in the morning, and the speed thing he's talking about is by the ice machine. Them idiots will get out there and run down the sidewalk to see what happens. Then we stood out there and watched them one morning. They'll pull up on the tire shop property and get out, and they'll run from the pole to the sign and see who's the fastest. So we get a lot of good use out of that sign. That's the truth. I told you, we laughed.
Under recreation.
Yeah, we laughed. Them idiots out there running down the sidewalks, how fast they go.
We talked about goals a while ago and we were looking at what issues we had in the wards. And we talked about personnel and retaining personnel for our departments and things like that. Is there any social media, any kind of information we can get out there that can help the city of Shelbyville be a better place to live? Crime, you guys have done a pretty good job on that. We don't have, and I appreciate your presence. And I've noticed on that speeding, I've noticed the sheriff's department sitting in certain places. I've noticed the state troopers pulling people over too. And so that's helping a whole lot. Buck, in your situation, you have any problems as far as when you're working out there? People, are they working with you? Are they working against you? Or how is it with Public Works? And what can we do to make Public Works be a better department and do more for Shelbyville?
I think some of the things that we have done and some of the pieces of equipment that we've got, we became more capable of doing the things to help the public. There's some, when you talk about ditches and streams, and a lot of people confuse stormwater with flood water.
Yes.
If it floods, it's a flood. you know, and we can't control that. If we were to put pipes in big enough to handle all the flooding, then nobody'd have a place to live. So, we've worked, I don't know if some of you guys seen with the pickup, we have an arrow board that goes on our pickup now. We're looking into our next budget, there's actually a signboard that we can mount to our pickup that will give people information about the workers ahead and also act as an arrow board. Working with the public, the times that we get calls is when somebody don't get their trash out on time and we go by and we have to go back and get trash. But really, I think in the most part, I think we get along pretty good with the residents. I don't think we have that many complaints that come into you guys.
Yeah.
Some of them, you know, the complaints are more of a civil matter between neighbor and neighbor. But with what we do, dealing with the infrastructure that we have, I think it's going great. Now, if you want to improve it, fantastic. And when we talk about paving, got me on this, Mayor. When you talk about paving, a lot of times we're putting lipstick on a pig, okay? Because the road, what is the real problem with the road is underneath the road.
Yeah.
Not what's on top of the road. So you'll go through and you'll spend the money to pave it, but then those bumps that were in the same areas that was before, well, why is it doing this? Well, that triples the cost if you go down and you start working on the base of the road. But in order to do it right, and some of the roads that you guys are talking about have been there for 30 years. They've lasted 30 years. Now they're choppy, they're tore up and everything, but they've lived their life cycle. Since I first got here, the paving budget when I first got here was $250,000 a year. So with that paving budget, with what we've fallen behind for years and years and years, now to get caught up, well, you guys seen the report. And, you know, I guarantee you that report's probably 2.4 million a year in order to get ahead for the next 10 years. So it's an investment that's gonna have to happen, and if everybody wants to be happy with their streets, that's what has to happen.
Yeah, yeah. Safety wise, your people, when they're out working on the streets and stuff, that's not a problem, people?
Well, it's always a problem. Everybody wants to get to the place where we're at. Our yellow lights seem to attract more people. We can go to a road that has only sees 5 cars a day, but that day, all of a sudden, we got 100 cars. So, you know, we deal with it. We try to watch out for each other, and we flag when we have to flag. But yeah, it's never 100% safe when we're out there, even picking up trash on the side of the road. You see the way that when you're talking about speeders driving 60 mile an hour and 30 mile an hour areas, it's hard. We have to kind of pick and choose our times that we're going to be able to go over there and be able to work out something.
10, 20, 30 years from now, can you just the same old? I mean, does that trash will be picked up the same way and paving will be done the same way, and unless we have flying cars?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're always going to have to pick it up, but to be honest with you, Mayor, if we don't plan better for the future, than what we've done for the future that we're living in right now, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Okay. We are in a lot of trouble. If you look at the roads, you guys talk about the paving, let's talk about the widths. Let's talk about the safety of the roads because of that. When the police officer cannot pull anybody over on the road because he's going to block the
That's
whole
right.
road.
Yeah.
If there's an accident, now you block Fairfield Pike. If you have an accident in the right spot, people are trapped. So I think, you know, investment is the quickest way to make the community better and safer. If people can travel from one spot to the next spot safely and more efficiently, I think that improves the quality of living in the town.
So the roadways, we've had studies to say these need paving quicker, and you had lists and things like that. Do we ever have anybody look at the city of Shelbyville as a whole and say, you need to add a road here, or you need to add a road here because of traffic in 20 years? You know what I'm talking about? Like you're saying, blocking Fairfield?
That's me working with the engineer and looking at the future development. I got some ideas of where I'd like to put roads if you want to hear them. Because, you know, we miss out. Fairfield Pike has the most area of undeveloped area out there. And we have Palmer Drive that is set to go all the way through to Fairfield Pike. We just don't own the property, we don't have a road there or anything else, but if that was there, imagine the development as far as commercial or anything else that could happen. And then you start getting developers in there that wanna also improve the roadways that go along.
Right.
But right now, it's the elephant. You have to eat it one bite at a time, and no, everybody's afraid to take that first bite of that elephant to get it started. We have, when we were in the growth meeting the other day, the guy talking about Jimmy's Lane, and I know you get them out there. 80% of Jennings Lane is counted on both sides of the road.
Right.
To improve up to your interest is about all we could do with what we have out there. But 5,000 cars sneak through there on substandard roads that come out Peacock, that I think people complain about the traffic signal, or they turn down Midland, and Midland needs to be upgraded. You have big areas of open land out there that if we want commercial, if we want the things to come here, so people could shop here and not go to Murfreesboro, let's improve the roads so people want to come here and fill it.
Yeah.
That's my feel with it.
Yeah, and I know the state is looking at, and you, Buck, especially you with your knowledge of everything, and Scott and everybody else, we're kind of looking at, we need this bypass and we need this 4-lane and all that. But I'm talking about the city streets. As we're developing, I went into a little cul-de-sac off of, is it Sun what?
Sunlight.
Yeah, over there where, they have just cut the road through right before you get to, Aiken School to the right, and, there's development there with homes. But if you go around the block, they've cut a little cul-de-sac in, and the yards are just like that on both sides.
Sun Circle?
It's a drainage
The
ditch.
Sun Circle? The
Yeah.
Sun Circle?
Yeah,
Lucas,
Yeah.
Lucas,
Lucas and Sun Circle and all.
those,
That's lovely.
those things like that, I mean, if we get a lot of flooding there, it looks like with all of those, I mean, you just walk out the side of that house and they're just like that. I was over there yesterday, yeah, it's just, yeah, the water's just going, you know what I'm talking about, Tom? That newest port, yeah.
Yeah, well, I will say, this is, and I think some of the residents that call you guys and when they have water issues and everything, actually built in areas that was supposed to be a detention area when they first came about of building these. And people just kept building the houses. I'm sorry, when you build a house at the bottom of 2 hills and don't think you're gonna get any water, that should be the detention area.
Yeah.
Okay, there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah.
So, but the one that you're talking about, anything more, and I think it's important to look at some of the things that we've improved. HOAs.
Yeah.
Being involved now and them having to comply with their HOA rules.
Right.
And stuff, that helps the community, that helps out animal control and everything else.
Yeah.
Because the HOA
It
is
does.
not gonna let that. The detention areas, they have to maintain those and everything within those areas. So I think with what we're doing now, the things that I see the biggest problem is the older communities that didn't do that planning and the thinking back then when they built.
Yeah.
Just wanted to get a house. Everything that we're doing now with the new regulations and everything that we have, I think we're heading in the right direction. The roads are getting a little bit wider, not as wide as I want them.
Yeah.
But they are also residential roads to where, you don't have high traffic volume that's going through these. So I think with the HOAs coming in and us holding them to a higher standard of how they build the road and a higher standard for what water they're gonna capture, you might see where people are close and you think it's gonna be a problem for them. I guarantee you that's set for a 25-year storm on those on each side. And then at a 100-year storm with the detention, we have to have an emergency spillways and things like that to capture that water. Right now, we're improving areas when the new development comes in because we're able to have them capture more water than what was.
So in 10 years, if we grow like they're talking about, Shelbyville's growing. Right now, you're picking up, 9,000 garbage cans a week?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. We would have to add 2 or 3 more garbage, if we double that in 10 years or 20, you will have to have 2 or 3 more garbage trucks, people to drive those. The transfer station, is it still in the picture that we're gonna carry our garbage to the transfer station?
It's being built.
Yeah.
But, you know, 10 years, the garbage trucks, when I first got here, were 250,000.
Okay.
They're at 400,000.
Yeah.
So when we start talking about that, really, unless and the tipping fees have went up, have doubled.
Right.
Since I started here. So there's a lot of costs associated. If we do need 4 more trucks, if we do, I think eventually what happens with every city as they grow is that, you know, Public Works is all encompassing right
Yeah.
now. I think you're gonna see a sanitation.
They'll separate it.
Over here. You're
Yeah,
gonna see this
separate
over here. That's what needs to happen as things start to grow.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Buck. Trevor, I'm just kind of going around to everybody. You know, we know they got soccer complex and we're talking about if we move these softball fields and things like that. What is your biggest issue in the park right now? Do you have, I go over there a lot and I walk and go into the facility and it's clean and it's good shape and things like that. The roadways in there, some of them need some work, it looks like. When they go in with this heavy equipment to do the soccer fields, are they gonna be coming in from Horse Mountain Road, or are they gonna be coming in from Fairfield Pike, or do you know what direction?
Stage through
Horse Mountain? And it's a narrow two-lane road right there. What do you see in 10 years to 20 years? Would we expand the recreation center? Will the park, of course, we've already gotten that 60 acres for soccer. Is there other things that we can offer, or is there anything that you can think of right now that we need to be prepared for 10, 20 years down the road?
I think that as the city grows, having a centralized park like H.E. Griffin with now going to be about 140 acres, I think that's great. But as the city grows, people want parks where they are at. They don't want to travel halfway across the city in order to get to visit a park. And so I think that over the next 10 years, I think the acquisition of additional park acres is going to be smart for the city to do. Now, a lot of the ways that we could do that, we can tackle that in a number of ways, but a lot of times we could start with just something like passive parks, nature areas and that kind of thing. That has little to no impact as far as ongoing maintenance and that kind of stuff, because they're just natural areas, you know. Of course, we have to pick garbage from them and that kind of thing, but and maybe do some additional mowing. But starting with the acquisition of and thinking ahead of, hey, where is future development going to happen in the city, and how we can develop more park acreage in and around those communities, I think will be beneficial to the citizens in the long run, for sure.
Okay. All right. We're heading to lunch in just a few minutes. Everybody good right now? Okay. Let's move on over. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, okay, you're still going through the.
I was going to.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. You got your hands full at the airport. MTSU and of course, the work that you're gonna do. We just talked about your building, the facility, and what we're gonna do there and all that. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, are we gonna get larger aircraft into that airport?
We are designing for that in case we need it. There is certain requirements by FAA to participate with federal funds, all type of traffic, but we go ahead and design for it in case we do get that kind of traffic. You're going to see, it's going to take 10 years for MTSU to build out what they're needing to build out.
Okay.
Another possibility after that is the addition of another runway So instead of getting a larger runway, we're looking at doing a smaller runway that would move the traffic, mainly a lot of the launch and recovery of MTSU airplanes and other training aircraft to be on the other side of the field and separated from the bigger aircraft. So there's going to be, over the next 20 years, there need to be some land acquisition and that's one thing that's been very good about the airport here is that it's been protected by land acquisition, because the community grows, as everybody's been talking about. That's about the only way you can protect the airport is to acquire it, because for some reason they get attracted, just like the Bucks yellow lights. They have a tendency, homes have a tendency to come to airports. I don't know why. And so the best way to protect it is to properly zone, but then also acquire the property ground. So there'll be some of that over the next 20 years. It'll be needed. There'll be at least 3 tracks that'll be needed to be acquired. We currently have on our airport layout plan for. But yes, dealing with the extra traffic as far as the aircraft are concerned, road traffic, no difference on that. But there'll be a few things that, like some infrastructure of our own, roads, entrance roads and things of that nature as we build, because we're going to be building out over the next 20 years. You'll see at least 3 times more airplanes that, just from the city perspective, then also MTSU will be bringing in. They'll be going from currently today 15 airplanes, but over 10 years they plan on having about 85 airplanes. And so you're looking at having over 100 of our local airplanes plus 85 of theirs. It's going to require a lot of infrastructure through that. A lot will be covered by grants, but you still have to get the pilots and crews in and out over that time frame.
Will our airport ever be like commercial, where we would fly from Shelbyville to Atlanta or to some of those folks? Capital Airways, if I remember correctly, when I was in the Navy, didn't they used to land?
There's been a couple of different ones that have gone through the process. This was before deregulation, but
Yeah.
after, it would be hard to justify, because you have Nashville, you have Smyrna. Smyrna
Right.
also is already developed as a scheduled airport. So having those so close, there's really it wouldn't make sense. In
Would be a benefit for,
for the statewide federal plan for that to be the case. But we do have commercial, we just don't have scheduled service.
Yeah.
So yes, you could still currently, we will be getting providers that you could go out there and rent your own airplane, or have somebody come pick you up and take you to Atlanta anytime you want to. As a matter of fact, I have a gentleman that comes in and out from North Atlanta on a regular basis. So you can have that, or you go to the Bahamas.
Okay, let's come back down to the ground a minute. Car traffic. When the MTSU gets into operation 10 years from now, all these students, they've got 1,200 now? Does that sound right?
There's 14 now.
1,400.
As a total, 14 in Murfreesboro, but the first stage will bring in about 1,000 students.
Okay, so we're going to have that entrance to the MTSU campus, and we are planning, or the state is planning, or somebody, a traffic light. Am I correct?
There was analysis done, and they put it on hold because they said there wasn't enough information yet. So
There's not enough volume yet.
Yeah, not enough volume yet. So they're going to wait till it's a problem and then put a traffic light in instead of planning ahead for some reason.
Okay, so will that traffic light, Tom, or you folks know, I mean, coming into MTSU, that's on the same side of the road. Is it going to go across and have a 4-way intersection? Is there going to be a road across on the other side?
The location that's being planned or being analyzed would be taking into consideration the
Harts Chapel?
No, on up the hill, but at the equestrian.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
location, the large vet that's there across, and because some of that other stuff along that same area where that vet is zoned for commercial use, and so there's a possibility of being able to coordinate that together. But it'll also slow, as if you know, from that location on down to Harts Chapel, there's sort of a blind spot right there, and so putting a traffic light there will actually help slow down traffic for people that are turning on. Like those sheriffs right now, I think, risk their life every time they try to go to the Justice Center, when they're turning right there because of traffic coming on over that hill and things like that. When they stop to turn. gets mixed in there.
Okay, that's really gonna change out there, no doubt about it. Let's see, we've already talked to Eric. Brian? You got your hands full of codes. Development and building and all of those kind of things like that, what do you see in 10, 20 years? You see, how much more need will you need in your department? What kind of changes are we looking at, and what should we be thinking about right now, budget-wise and finance-wise and personnel-wise and all that? Got any idea?
Yeah, I've got quite a few ideas actually, but as a city growth, we're gonna need more property maintenance inspectors, because obviously there's gonna be more homes to keep an eye on. As buildings permits continue to increase in application, we're gonna need more building inspectors. Right now, we're kind of playing 50-50. Sometimes it's building inspection during the day, and it's property maintenance. It puts a strain on the resources, but at the same time, it takes away from making sure everything's built correctly to the codes of the council of Dodge. Because I gotta hurry to do it, I gotta hurry up going back. It's always gonna be a changing pace. Another thing about it is keeping up, and I can constantly adopt these new codes every 6-7 years. It's gonna take some people, it's gonna take some money, and the enforcement side of it's gonna take a lot of money, and it's not gonna be an immediate return. It's gonna be a long-term investment before you see anything.
So permit fees, if we go up on permanent fees?
Well, just like Tom, I've gotta justify my fees.
Yeah. To take care of personnel, I'm talking about not, just to take care of what our costs are gonna be.
Yeah, right now, we're pretty much at that point that we're going to have to increase our fees. They have not been increased since 2017. But at the same time, there was no justification for increasing them because we were breaking even, so to speak. But that's, later this year, we're gonna be discussing adopting a new building code, and it's going to involve updating permit fees as well. Some fees may go up, some of the fees may stay the same. It's just I have to go through all these code books because they have changed quite a bit from 18 to 24, so it's taking me longer than I had anticipated. But once I get through that part of it, I'll be looking at the impact, what impacts the fee change will have. And just like Tom, I've got to be able to justify where they're at and why they're there. So I haven't looked at that state regulation entirely just yet, but it makes it pretty clear that we've got to be able to justify it all. And I know I keep saying that, but it's what.
Yeah, and we have to justify that too as a mayor and city council, anything that we do. I've got a couple more people I will call on, but why don't we just go ahead and take a break and let's go to lunch?
We can't, the food's not
we
here.
good? Is the lunch not here?
It won't be here till 12:15. So we got a
little
while.
Let's wait till 12 o'clock then to break. I'll go ahead and call on these other two. And do we need to take a break right quick? 5-minute break? Everybody all right?
Take a 15 minutes.
Okay. Ben, I'm gonna come to you right now. Can you tell me in 10 to 20 years, how much more property are we gonna need for cemeteries?
Dying every day, baby.
Go ahead, Ben.
So far, we've opened up 450 plots of new land, thanks to the help of Public Works. We have sold over 2/3 of those plots already. So I would say within 5 years, 5 to 8 years, something's gonna have to be done, or we can just mow and maintain and call it the city's out of cemetery business. That will be one service the city won't offer. We'll have the columbarium still available. It's picked up a little bit. But it just depends on what direction this city council wants to go.
Do you have, where can you expand where you are now? Can't?
There's maybe 3 acres at the Musgrave property, but I don't wanna take from you. If that whole place is there, there might be 3 acres that we could fill in. It would require a lot of work to make it work, but
Are we looking at another location in Shelbyville for a cemetery?
land is very high.
Sir,
Land is very high right now.
what about where the bus garage is that the county is moving? Am I correct? Is the county moving that bus garage? I'd heard that, I thought.
There's a rock quarry right next door. I don't think that.
Ah, I didn't know that. Okay.
It's a crosser.
But that's something we gotta look at. Where you gonna go? I mean, we're still gonna provide a city cemetery. Cemeteries, you just don't take care of one. But where are we gonna go if you need to expand?
You know, there is some property.
We know you're gonna need it, yeah.
What comes to mind for me is there is a place on Nashville Dirt Road that would be, it's about 25 acres, well, amount's about 52 acres. So, you know, that's gotten us from 1840
Yeah.
to now. Let's not do 52 acres, let's do 25. That gets us 100 years, roughly, if it's laid out properly. But I think if the city decides we want to stay in the cemetery and offer that as a service to our residents,
Right.
then we need a perpetual care fund.
Yeah.
Part of that, every plot that is sold, that
Right.
money will be put back in investments to where we can kind of sustain ourselves, not be a burden to the taxpayer.
Good.
It just depends on what the council wants to do. I'm willing to put in any work and efforts into anything that the city wants, but.
And we just kind of caught up with everybody. What, last year before last, we just increased that, right?
24.
Okay.
And we're still, you know, a little cheaper, but we're a little more, to take that burden off the taxpayers, it helped us substantially, especially with as many plots we sold the last 2 years.
Okay.
It come at a good time to help with some of our capital improvements.
Okay. Cade, I can't see you back there. Can you kind of tell us what you're looking at in 10, 20 years?
Well, as you know, technology, love it or hate it, is only becoming more prevalent in every facet of life. There's not a department in the city that doesn't already utilize the services, and they're only growing in their needs. From trash trucks to fire trucks to police cars to every desk or employee, they've all got email, they've all got tablets, desktops, laptops, printers, and of course, complexity of the attacks that people that perpetrate are only increasing. So you're always in a struggle to have better security, better training. So it's one of those, we're as a new department, we're just still building the city up to where it needs to be. So it's definitely going to be a manpower shortage issue as we continue to grow in staffing. I mean, right now you got one person taking care of 250 people. So it's what's our growth rate through Stacy? We've in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, we've added 50 people. That's the active roles on that. So it's just going to be a constant growth struggle to have enough people and resources to maintain and cover, especially if you want to get your emergency services 24-hour coverage. You're going to need some full-time people for that on separate shifts. So.
Software contracts, all that kind of stuff's going to increase. We know that, right?
We're up to $45,000 this year just to keep Microsoft Office.
Okay.
That's gone up about $12,000 since I got here.
Any equipment that you think of is going to be a great big expense in the next 5-10 years?
I mean, mostly in, most of it's gonna be software. I'm not gonna lie, that's the majority of where IT money goes.
What I was thinking.
Hardware. I mean, as we get staff, we'll need additional vehicles. I mean, we'll take surplus where we can get them or use vehicles where we get them. And it's, you know, we're not high demand. We're not gonna demand to do the shiniest thing like that. But no, it's as we get people and stuff, it's mostly software and service fees. That's where the money goes. Because, like I said, if you want email, you gotta pay Microsoft their pound of flesh.
Right.
They always want more. And so that's mostly where it's gonna be at.
Okay. Thank you, Kate.
I noticed was the police down about a week or so ago, their phones, their system,
Yes, we had a ISP outage about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, which is what caused that, and that was citywide.
And aren't they a little behind, a little, antiquated down there? And we were talking, or were we talking about their system and getting that?
They had the great phone system in play, that's why we're there and it went down, the phone was down. And that's one of the things we're putting in the budget this year is fell over, so if the main ISP goes down, they have something to fall over to and maintain service.
Asking you if you need help.
All right. Stacy, I'm gonna ask you, HR wise, what do you see in 10, 20 years? Do you see us having 400 employees?
We need 400.
Wait a minute, Stacy, that's not the way I asked it. Go ahead. What do you see in HR? What's gonna happen in 10, 20 years? Just kind of a vision, what your vision is.
Well, with everything that I think, hopefully that we're working on now with looking at all the benefits and everything that will help attract and retain employees. And then, of course, as each department continues to grow, that's more bodies. So yeah, we're going to continue. That number's going to grow and grow and grow. I think when I got here, I'm trying to think back to the numbers I gave last year. I think we were at like 180 about 8 years ago.
Okay.
And the last report I got at the first of the year, we were at 271.
Okay.
So, that's a lot in a short period of time.
Yeah.
So having said that, all the departments need to grow, as does mine.
Right.
Because there's one of me. And I don't do just the onboarding and the orientation and that type of thing. I'm also, the risk management, workers' comp claims, personnel issues, the Title VI and the ADA coordinator. And that Title VI, that also, I'm Title VI coordinator for Shelbyville Power, Water, and Sewer. However, that came to be years ago. So, there's a lot of different layers. So I want to make clear that it's not just taking in the applications and trying to help set up all that and then I'm done. And I'm pulled in all the different directions at different times. So, for me, I'm going to be needing help, but I also know there's other people that I feel need their departments to grow before mine. So
Yeah, population's gonna mean that for a lot of, all of you. Kay,
Yes.
you got all the money in the world.
He's not aware of that. But
And how you handle it as one person, I don't know. But, how,
I have help.
yeah,
We have
what,
5
and
different
you do have help up there, I know that. But what do you see, from a treasurer standpoint? Do you see, growth in your department? Did you see, extra costs to the city for things that we're not even aware of?
We may eventually need one more person possibly, to help the treasurer, but, we're okay right now.
Okay, software for you or any of those kind of things?
I'm good with software.
So you're in pretty good shape right now, 10, 15 years from now?
Clean my office. I may need a cleaner. A cleaner and a shredder.
Okay, all right, Lisa, how about you? You're at every meeting and all these kind of different things, and we've hired Beverly to help a little bit.
She does.
Okay.
She's been a great big help. I would probably be working, several hours of overtime the last 2 months because of the open records request if it wasn't for Beverly. We had 29 in January and we've already had 22 this month.
Wow.
And so they just, in the last few months, they have just exploded and we're getting 3 and 4 a day most of the time. So if I was having to still do all those, because I keep an eye on them and I still do a lot of the complicated ones, I do all the complicated ones, but she does just the regular police reports, fire reports, things like that. So she's been a big help in that. She also types up all the minutes so that then I just have to go back and add a lot of the discussion and stuff to them. So that's a big help. So right now I'm fine. The only thing that I'm looking at in the next year or two would be software stuff, just to make things a little flow easier. Of course, the code hosting, we're still working on that. And then maybe eventually getting some sort of an agenda software that helps everybody here, where you have a tablet on your table and that can be changed for whatever meeting is coming in. But that all comes in years from now when we get, a better setup for our council chambers.
Okay. All right. Lori's not here, so I can't ask her right now.
And in
She's
10
probably,
years from
she's
now-
probably getting our meal together for us and all that kind of stuff. And Lori, I'm sure, probably could need help in the future. Scott, tell me about your position and what you're looking at in the next 10 years. Are we gonna need another person like you, or maybe somebody shorter, or? What do you think about the city of Shelbyville in about 10 years?
Well, there's just so much opportunity and growth that's going on. And the way I view the city manager's position is to take your all's directives and then support and work with all these folks out here to make it happen. And right in 10 years, with population continuing to grow, I could definitely see a need for an assistant city manager. But in the near term, this city council mayor, you all need somewhere to meet. You all need, this was a good move to get you all dedicated space. But for Shelbyville, this is not adequate. And Shelbyville is, the new saying, the bedrock of Middle Tennessee. We're the crown jewel. And that's the reason there's so much interest in us. And this city facilities need to reflect that. And you all taken great strides with the facility improvements, which can set us up for the next 50 years. So there's a lot of stuff going on. And as I believe Councilwoman said on a couple of occasions, when we start getting a couple of these projects done, we're going to shine even brighter.
Oh, yeah.
The future here is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to imagine how it's gonna look, but it's just gonna be better.
Yes, sir.
Just gonna be better. Ginger,
Yes, sir.
how many laws are gonna change? The mayor gonna have to, what's he gonna have to do? Tell us about your job. What do you see as changes as city attorney?
There has been a general trend since I started municipal law, that the cities have to dot their i's and cross their t's more on enforcement and everything that we do. It's a little bit tougher. I don't want to say, that's not a bad thing, but it does put more of a burden on your city to make certain everything is done correctly. That is very clear, and as we know, as you all know, you see it a lot in planning and in land use. A lot of that, where even in case law, there's more preference toward your landowners. And then your General Assembly is the same way, more preference, not as much benefits going to your cities and your municipalities, they're going to landowners, which just creates more work for you all to keep up with. It's been very noticeable.
Of course, you working with the group that you work with, your office, that helps us so much and keeps you from having assistants and all those kind of different things running around. And you're at most of these meetings too. We appreciate what you do, and Lisa and Scott, all of you, what you're doing. It's been my honor and my pleasure to be mayor. The city of Shelbyville is a jewel. You just I can't believe from the time I was a little kid, what Shelbyville looks like and what it's going to be in the 10 years, 20 years from now. There is, changes, as you were talking, Ginger. I passed along something yesterday about the state wanting us to stop property taxes. Somebody has brought that up in the legislature down there that we couldn't, I guess, have property taxes, things like that. I don't know what we'll run into on those kind of different things like that. As far as, people representing us in those areas, we do have folks at MTS and all those different that help us, take care of the city and make sure that, everything's going. I think Shelbyville is a beautiful place and it's really doing good. What we're gonna do after lunch is we'll just try to prioritize what we've said and these things. We'll do it quickly. We'll try to get you folks out of here, but at lunch, is gonna be at 12:15.
It's actually ready.
It's ready?
She just-
Well, let's do lunch and take a break. Is that all right with everybody?
Come back at what time?
Let's come back at how much time you need? 30 minutes, 45 minutes? 30 minutes, okay. Thank you, Will. Now, we can combine all this and get it done at the very end here. You've been taking all these. Lisa, too.
Terrible. Just enjoy being here. Just enjoying the fellowship.
What's number one? What's number two? As far as strengths, weaknesses, is that what we're talking about? Okay, I'm with you. Good.
When you hit that, you'll start.
Okay. All right, folks, all the discussion we've had today, now we need to get to the final chapter of this, and we need to set our goals. And we need to set our goals based on the criteria of what's best for citizens of Shelbyville. If you look in chapter 8 there, you can kind of see some of the things that we're looking at, how we set the goals and the criteria for that, what our SMART goals are as far as how we can measure them and what's achievable and what's realistic, those kind of things like that. Then we'll have after that, that second page is the buckets. Now that's what we're going to look for right now, is to try to find out what is for next year the most important goal, and which bucket would you put it in? Public safety, do you have something that we need to do within the next year or maybe next 2 to 3 years or so on public safety, what we can do? And of course, I can think of number one right off the top of my head, and you can too. Miss Betsy, would you like to say something? I see your face right there.
Public safety headquarters is priority, and then also maybe on the TACAM radio system, upgrading their communications.
Okay, all right. For next year, maybe get the property and get that taken care of. And then next 2 to 3 years, get it built. Is that what we're looking at maybe?
As soon as we can get it built. And then maybe the radio system too is priority as well.
Okay, all right.
If you all would, so we can compile the report to get you all for consideration for ratification. Give us your priorities. And then after we get all the priorities and we get them dotted, then we come back and say, okay, you tell us you want this done in a year.
Right.
You want it done in 2 to 3 years. You just tell us the timeline after you give us the overall list. Is that okay with everybody?
Sounds good. Sounds good. And do we need to list it up there as we go, or we'll do that after we get through?
No, we can go ahead and start. Are you okay with the 6 buckets? Public safety, finance administration, public works, parks and rec, economic and community development, and utilities. That's the 6 buckets you most recently used. Now in 2019, they only used 4 buckets, and they were more general. They wasn't department specific in essence.
Right.
And it was protect health and safety, number 1.
Right.
Enhance attractiveness and quality of community life, economic growth and community prosperity, and then maintain the physical integrity of the city. What buckets do y'all want to know?
I like 6 buckets.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so public safety, we've got one recommendation for public safety headquarters, and let's put that down, Lisa, if you don't mind. All right, who has another idea for what we can maybe do next year? You've got these 6 different buckets.
On public safety, maybe not next year, but we need to include fire station 4. Yeah,
Okay.
that's probably a couple of years out. But still,
Okay. All right.
Hey Lisa, can you list those police and fire, that first one kind of as a line? Can we put like a hook?
Yeah, public safety.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, in that same bucket, does anyone else have something that they need to add?
Did you say something, Councilwoman, about communications?
Yeah, the tag and radio system.
Okay, good.
I put a radio system.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't cemetery be here if we are talking, running out of space?
Okay.
Under public safety,
No, not necessarily.
community development.
Probably under public works, wouldn't it be? I don't know. She talking about cemetery expanding?
It used to be on public works.
Public works, wouldn't it be? Yeah.
It's what we used to have.
Yeah. That's what I would put.
You want that under public works, the cemetery company?
That's what
when we did the last one.
Need another bucket.
Yeah. I thought that'd be coming.
Well, let me say, that's almost about your whole capital. I mean,
Yeah.
Buck he's talked to me quite a bit about we need a property department. That we go forward constantly looking at what we need for future property, whether it be right of way, street right of way, cemetery. It's always like, we need a property department.
Okay, what else? We've got these 6 different categories, or you can add to these categories we got.
Right now, I've got.
All over the board.
Right
Yeah,
now,
all over the board, yeah.
Public Works and public safety.
Okay, and then we've got 4 more, we need to add them, Lisa can put those on there. Anybody else have something?
Tell me what you want to put up first.
Lisa, I think I missed one on public safety.
Public safety.
You got 4 already?
Yeah, fire
Oh, no,
station,
no.
4, this is
We're
one,
good.
2
Yeah.
radios, and fire
I've
station.
got it.
Okay, this could fall under public safety or public works. I would think more safety. The intersection at Fairfield Pike and, Dairy and all that, that intersection needs to be taken care of, and I know we're already working on it. And also the one at Peacock Lane and, Midland Road. Put that under public works, I guess.
Where's Kate's department come from?
Yeah.
Where do we put his stuff?
Probably under administration.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of a catch-all for a lot of the caves.
Now, these are important issues, folks. What we need, and we'll divide them down into what we can possibly do next year, and then 2 to 3 years and 4 to 5 years. We'll put that together. What else have we got? Anybody?
You know, paving
Paving,
is huge.
public works, okay? Paving streets, good.
You want to say increase paving budget? Yeah. Peacock and 231, Mayor, on the intersection.
Peacock is Midland.
Peacock and Midland?
Yes.
Yeah, Peacock and Midland, yeah. Anything? Public safety,
Somebody wanted me to do an administrative one, right?
Well, I'm just waiting on that.
Wait to get there.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and get
I'll
there.
go ahead and write it out.
It's just something to think about, but it's the drawing. And the longer we wait to do something with something like the drawing system, even though it's not just for pay necessarily, it's technically a fee for a lot of the departments, it could decrease the cost in other ways that we do utilize outside sources. But the longer we wait, the more expensive it gets. I think there's already a $20,000 difference from last year to this year for that. It's
Good.
DRONE.
DRONE. DRONE. So,
Because it can help.
all right,
It can help fire, police, public works, okay, now GIS, cemetery. Help all the way across the board.
okay, public safety, flood pumps, I'd put back on there again. We're about to finish those up. The flood pumps is number 1 on my list.
safety.
Public safety sign.
Safety, number 1.
Well,
I think you put it on both. Flood pumps can go under safety or public works. Public works don't have to do it, but it's for the safety of our community.
We'll have to even wait up.
Parks, and then, yeah. What you guys got? Parks and recreation, what?
Ball fields.
Ball fields, ball fields, ball fields.
Okay, ball fields and soccer field?
We got the soccer field.
How long you think it's gonna take to get that built?
Ball field or?
Yeah, soccer field. Year?
I'm hoping to be done by, fall next year. Let's just call it winter.
With restrooms, Bobby,
What?
with restrooms?
Yeah.
Why are you riling him up?
Be my last hurrah right there.
Are ball fields, soccer fields, two things?
Two different things, yeah.
One slightly larger.
I think it's a smaller thing.
I would like to have under administration, finance and administration, I think the city of Shelbyville needs a tourism and a public,
Information officer.
yeah, like an information officer. Public relations is what I was gonna say, but an information officer or public relations, tourism. You got that hotel motel fund budget for that.
That's Trevor. We're gonna put that on Trevor. What about that?
Still
Trevor
paying.
done volunteered for that.
A tourism officer, tourism office,
Tourism and public relations or information officer, or person, yeah.
That could, as we expand.
Right.
Incorporate other entities within the community, from the Flower Center
Right.
to others, all working together on the same page.
Right. What about utilities? Anybody have anything on utilities?
Work with Shelbyville Power and expedite, especially that on my side, on the east side. So we can go move forward if we're gonna move forward.
On the moratorium.
Yeah.
under utilities?
That's on the moratorium, yeah.
That's utilities.
Utilities.
Industry or
Lisa.
anything come to that end of the city at the time, as you're out in the develop area, and we can't do anything.
Yeah, there's no growth there at all until that moratorium is lifted.
Expand coverage of utilities, that's kind of what you're,
Or, I don't know, figure out a way to assist in.
$6 million.
and faster, at this point in time, and if we wait much longer, like we,
I might add to that, replace infrastructure. Ask our Shelbyville Power, Water and Sewer to replace infrastructure.
Replace AG.
Aging infrastructure. If it fails, we'll be digging up streets and stuff again.
My spelling is failing me.
You're doing good.
It doesn't have an autocorrect up here, I don't understand.
We got you.
Okay.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I talked to Trevor about this. The ball fields like the Evans Street, and we talked about Never Rest, but especially Evans. I know this is Betsy's children, but I hear people talk on how something as simple as some bleachers. And I noticed that there are some lights there. I don't know if those lights just went up, but.
Those lights at Evans?
Yeah.
They are non-functional.
I saw one on the other day, so I did. Right here on the street.
I was gonna say it's on the street.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
there.
street lights work, yeah, just the.
Okay, the field lights.
The field lights, no, those are not operating.
So I know there's only so much space where you can, from the street, it's very narrow, that bleachers can go to. But is there a way that you can kind of decrease maybe the field area to put some bleachers in there? There's the little fences there, the little dugout things, or whatever you call them, wouldn't.
Well, Evans Street's only used as a practice field, it's
Right.
not used as a game field.
But you've got those parents of those kids there.
Yeah,
you know,
and they
they-
generally bring out chairs and that kind of thing, much the same way as our soccer folks. We don't have bleachers for our soccer fields. Parents bring out the little, those little fancy rocking camping chairs and all that kind of stuff. My kid plays soccer, and that's what I bring out. From a practice session, that's what has been done in the past. I haven't received any calls from us asking for more seating out there, especially since it's not used in any official capacity, only used for practice. That's it.
So putting lighting out there, that's a big expense, I assume.
$250,000-ish.
A million-ish.
Quarter of a million. Someone in there from Moscow, yeah. Put lights out there. It would be better for us to, light Little Babe Ruth in H.V. Griffin, that currently doesn't have lights. If you want to put lights in fields, that's a field that needs lights, and it actually gets used as a game field. And it has bleachers and dugouts and all that kind of stuff already, and with infrastructure, bathrooms in there as well. So those are the reasons why we generally use H.V. Griffin and or Never Rest.
It's something kind of on the same lines. Harris Middle School does not have a field.
They use us, yeah, for sure.
They're using which ones?
The girls are using, Liberty School is using Never Rest, and then Harris uses, our Big Babe Ruth field for their baseball team. They come over there and use that, and of course, all the schools use our tennis courts.
Yes.
Yeah. We get used quite a bit by the school.
So Harris is permitted to use your Babe Ruth.
Yeah, that's through a school agreement that was written way before I got here. That we can use their facilities and they can use ours. So we currently don't use any of their facilities because we haven't outgrown our facilities yet, but they definitely use ours for sure.
Can they not use, I mean, I'm just curious, because Harris is right next to Central, and Central has state-of-the-art
Yeah,
athletic facilities now, so.
you would think that
You
they
would
would
think
use that,
they don't.
but they don't.
That's what community does. Community high school uses community middle schools.
Yeah.
All their facilities except for the gym.
They did when I was growing up too,
Yeah.
in my neck of the woods, but now they use ours.
On there somewhere, animal control department.
Administrative. Administrative.
That's public safety.
Yes.
Instead of public safety.
That's public safety.
Public safety. Put it under public safety.
Pat's in public safety.
Animal control.
Public works.
And under public works, I think we still need to look at Buck's facilities because they're a little dangerous.
Did you say standalone department?
Councilwoman, for clarification, you mean his entire complex, not just maintenance?
Well, we had that building, you know, when they came back to us to talk to us about the building and the unsafe structure, or what they felt like and how much it would cost them, and the fact that it needed some updates. You know, just kind of look to see if there's a way that even we integrate it maybe into the new plan for one of our other projects. Or if there's an existing building somewhere.
The maintenance facility is
Right.
the priority because of safety concerns.
Yeah.
Right, am I supposed to write that down because I didn't hear it?
Under public works.
It needs to be on the radar. I mean,
Maintenance facility.
Is that room out there where you are to build one?
No, but there's a trailer park next to me that I think would be perfect to purchase and replace. Yeah, that would save.
He wants more property.
Buck wants land.
You want property.
Property.
Okay, to recap, we've got five issues under public safety. We've got 5 issues under public
I
works.
got 6 under public safety.
What's the
Those
six?
are- I'm sorry, I was wrong, go ahead.
2 under finance and administration, 1 under parks and rec, 0 under economic and community development, and utilities has 2.
I don't have an economic and community development, when you got anything?
Nothing yet. It's a bucket.
You had something?
That was
If
it.
nobody's giving them anything yet.
You scared me.
2 for utilities,
Okay, I got 2 for you.
Yeah.
0 economic and community, 1 parks and rec.
Economic community development, let's put down, partner with the county and see if we can't get this Chamber of Commerce issue solved. But partner with the county on looking for a new industrial
Revise interlocal agreement.
park. And,
Excuse me.
renew our membership in the chamber.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mike?
Number 1, have partner with the county with chamber issue. And then number 2, with the county working on industrial land. That's,
Yes.
that good, mate?
Yes. Utilities, I might ask, look at the franchise contract we have with Atmos Gas. We got customers in the city that want gas and they can't get it. And as to expand in some of these developments, they may be looking for that.
Review contract with Atmos Gas under utilities. And we'll double check what he said before they vote.
Franchise with Atmos, I think it says we got a franchise.
We get like 167 a month is
Yeah.
all we get. It's like 2,000 a year.
And all the people in Shelbyville have some kind of internet or cable or something available to them. We don't have any areas of Shelbyville that are not covered, right? Okay. We have any kind of a security issue at Parks and Recreation at all?
Security issue?
Yes,
No, we have an alarm system. They're talking about at the building
yeah,
itself.
I'm talking about the whole park as a whole. I noticed the police department has a presence out there, but
Yeah.
are we
they do a
having
great
any
job.
issues at all with, any kind of trouble on the park or Parks and Recreation? Do we need to increase any kind of security there?
Not that's being brought to my attention. We have last couple of years, we've had a line item for off-duty police officers already in the budget. We generally exercise that on the weekends during the summertime when it's really hot outside and everyone's in our parks. And they come out and hang out at H.G. Griffin or anywhere we ask them to hang out at, and that's been very effective.
Okay,
So,
all right, thank you.
sure.
Finance and Administration, we need to work with the county and the state and even the federal government as far as that goes on our 250th anniversary celebration. If somebody can send us some money for us to celebrate.
Speak to it, Trevor. Please.
It's not public yet.
Oh, well, no, speak to the water feature.
The work being done is that we have calculated out everything that it would cost. That's fireworks, that's increased and rides and all that kind of thing. And the band staging, because the staging had been donated in the past by Your Screen, but that's not a thing. And so, so all in for 250th would be about $56,000. And, that's everything included. And there is talks for that number to come to you guys at 50%. So $28,000. If and when I hear back, hopefully in about a week or so, for that number to be cut in half. And only be asked of,
Partnering with the county.
someone.
We definitely want to work with the county. We want to work with the
Yes,
chamber.
sir, I would
We want
agree
to work
We
with
definitely want-
all of these folks. We want to celebrate together. That's what the United States is all about. Let's celebrate together. So if we can cut that figure down by,
we're looking to cut that 56,000 down to 28,000 as an.
I haven't heard everybody's ideas on what we want to do on the square, whether we want to have a parade, whether we want to, what we want to do, but we want to celebrate just like the whole country's going to be doing on that 250th anniversary.
Yes, sir.
You agree, Scott?
Absolutely.
Everybody else agree? Economic community development, can anybody think of anything else that we need to do there? We're working with retail strategies. Any particular item that we need to look at? Groceries or?
Well, not be too specific, but perhaps one of the goals should be continue.
Yeah.
The retail development.
Right.
And as in general, groceries or hotel, whatever y'all think.
Shopping centers, yeah. Brick and mortar's going away. That's why it's so hard to get a shopping center. You can see somebody this week, I think Wendy's was cutting out so many different of their locations across the country. Yeah. So brick and mortar, people can order online for different things and all those kind of things, but not necessarily a Wendy's hamburger, but some of these other things, clothing and all that. I'd rather go shopping if I could. We need to look for anything that we can get. And things that are not available, probably what we're going to be finding is things are not available in our local communities around us. Because of competition with the.
Mayor, may I make a suggestion while we're under economic and community development? Keep in mind, we're going to have approximately 15 acres at the airport for commercial development.
Yeah, 14.
Yeah.
14. That extra acre could mean Jimmy's John's or something.
Hey, I'm always, there's some empty spots next door. I'd be glad to take advantage of it if I can get them.
But would that be something the council would want to consider putting in our long-range plan, how to develop a somewhat of a business park, commercial, economic park in that 15 acres?
We got utilities available to all of that?
There are, yes, on the road, on 231 side of it.
Okay.
And sewer goes across.
County or the city doesn't need to buy any property. It doesn't have the utilities on it.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that's there first.
Hey, so what are you thinking, like, throughout their business park, like restaurant things that they're gonna help service the MTSU campus and all the other industry around it? Or are you thinking more like businesses to go in there, or what do you
Well,
think you're
it's
thinking?
up to you all, but I would think cater to the campus. Because as Paul stated earlier, they're not big on cafeteria food. I know when I went to school, Domino's was on speed dial. So maybe have a mix, but focus be on not only MTSU's aerospace campus, but look at all the visitors that come into the airport and need somewhere to eat, somewhere to hang out. Again, Paul can speak more to this than I can, but airport support.
And whether you believe it or not, the hospital up there, even though they have a cafeteria, it's barely open. So, you know, on the weekends, they don't open on anything like that, so that helps support old people that are actually visiting the hospital area.
And the jail.
And the jail, and the court, and I was gonna get back there.
That could be prime hotel property.
It would be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
sure can. Sure can.
With that develop.
the, oh gosh.
Yeah, we have to get a coffee shop. We need to get a coffee
I didn't call, I didn't build onto the terminal.
Do we need to put that on there?
I need to build onto the terminal.
41A and all that, or?
But I need a car.
You can,
There you go. That's
to
what
where
We
it
need to
stays on.
That's what I want.
Call that is.
We just toss it out too.
Yeah, let's put that on there. Jennings Lane, expansion of Jennings Lane at 41A, north they call it, or 41A west to a 4-lane,
Where you putting
at least
that?
to El Bethel, we can get it.
It's gonna be on, Public Works, expansion of Jennings Lane and 41A.
Is that something we can do, or does that have to be a state?
It has to be coordinated.
Yeah.
But
Just remember that if the development comes in out there,
Right.
they, have made commitments to widen 41 to 3 lanes right now. And there would be a traffic signal at where Johnston's is. And Tom, was there gonna be a traffic signal up by Mac or no?
Not by that.
Oh, because they cut the housing down.
Yes.
Yes. So, but that would be from all the way out there to Mac Street. And then with Lexington Cove, they will be having a turn lane at Vine Street. So there is widening that could happen with the development, all paid for by the development. So just when you're thinking about that. And I know that we applied for the build grant for the intersection down there, to widen that all out too, so.
So if we work with the state along with those developers, we might even go ahead to do 4-lane all the way out?
Well, we can try. The state, they have their 10-year plan and that's not it. So
Okay.
I don't think we want to wait 10 years on it.
Okay, anybody think of anything else? I guess we're ready to put dots, huh?
Anything to add? Okay, before y'all put dots, let me make sure I got it all. Scott,
Okay, let's cross reference.
under public works, new land for the cemetery, the intersection at Darien, Fairfield, Pike, the intersection at Peacock and Midland. Increased paving budget, the flood pumps, a maintenance facility, and expand Jennings Lane and 41A. That all you got? And then public safety.
Yeah.
A new police and fire headquarters, so a new public safety headquarters,
Okay,
new radio systems,
yes,
fire station 4,
yes,
and an animal control standalone park.
and, yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. And, administration and
Hang on
finance,
just a minute, I'll have to make a note. Okay, finance and administration,
the drone,
okay,
tourism and public relations person,
yes,
and work on the 250th celebration.
yes.
And Parks and Rec, ball fields and soccer fields.
Okay,
Do you have anything else? I feel like I missed something there.
no, we,
You be quiet.
Roadways in the park are looking bad.
I would agree.
Paving,
See, here we go. All this
Yeah.
stuff, we got that.
Where's the money?
yeah.
we had 3 million.
I drove through there yesterday and it needs some paving, doesn't it? Now, do we need to wait till after the soccer fields or, cause we put that as a 2-3 year,
Did this in 2000.
wait till after the soccer fields are built and then do the paving?
I'm not gonna have any of that commercial stuff coming in through Tulip Tree. I'm gonna have any and all commercial stuff coming in for Horse Mountain, or that back.
Okay, and that will come out of your budget, not out of Buck's, right?
I would love it for it to come out of.
I see Buck's head back there rattling. Okay.
Okay, Parks and Rec, got that one. Utilities, work with Shelbyville Power, replace infrastructure, and review Atmos gas contract. And then economic and community development, partner with county on the chamber issue, partner with the county on industrial development, continue work with retail strategies, and develop a commercial retail park at the airport. Anything else? I think that's all.
Can I just say one more thing, just a last minute thought on the cemetery thing, you know, have we inquired to Hillcrest the potential, if we're looking to expand, we're looking to stay in the cemetery business, the potential to maybe purchase Hillcrest, because they've got about 20 acres left to develop, and that would step into the role of the 25 that was already on the third, but I mean, it's putting in the city limits to be out that direction would be under our, I mean, I just didn't know if we even thought about that.
They already have a building, and they have a lot of infrastructure that can save a lot of time and money. And I know they've got sections ready to pin as well. So.
Would they, you think they would have any interest in selling?
There's some chatter that they
That
would
they're gonna sell,
be
that's what I-
interested in selling.
That might be interesting too.
Good.
Dot wise, red is number one, what,
Well, dot wise, the colors won't really matter. It'll be counted up on how many, but now, how many do y'all want to use? And you've got a lot.
whole bunch of dots.
Yeah, you've got 24. I don't think you want to use all 24.
No.
You want to use 8?
You got 6 different things, only use 6.
Oh, you mean everybody had 6 dots and you put your 6 dots where you want?
Wherever you want the 6, that's the most important.
I was kind of thinking we go, like red would be number one, our number one choice off of that one. And green would be second, and yellow would be third, and blue would be fourth, if we wanted to do it that way.
4 dots.
Well, let me ask you this, can we do like one round and it be the red dots, and you put them on your number one priority, and we just kind of look at that, and then after that, if we wanna go to the next round, use another color dot. and then
Well,
let's see the
that works for me too.
I mean,
That work for
it's up
y'all?
to you, but
Red dots first?
Red's your number one
Right.
priority.
Right.
you have
Okay.
to do one in each, you can use them all in one area if you want to,
Last year, you could,
wherever you want.
Yeah.
you could put multiple on one. If something really near to your heart, you could put multiple.
Well, we're only gonna use the
But
red
don't
dots,
put
is
no
that
more
right?
than 2 or 3, because then you're gonna have, you won't even have to read it for all the dots on something.
I mean, per person.
Okay, let's make it clear what we're gonna do. Make it clear what we're gonna do. Right?
Okay, right now, you're gonna put one red dot on your number one priority. And then we'll go another round where you put a green dot on your number 2 priority. Then number 3 will be yellow, number 4 will be blue.
But then we're
And
using
then
all
we
6.
revisit.
There
We
you
get
go.
6, we get 6 votes.
Right.
You
For
got,
red,
yes.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So I guess
No, I
that's
thought you were
what
just doing one.
three. So we doing one in each
All
bucket?
right.
No, you just told two things different.
Okay.
You said,
What are we doing now?
use one red dot and vote on your number one priority.
Just one.
But she's saying you
One
get
or
to use
use
all
all 6,
6.
I'm asking.
Just one.
Just one.
Right now for clarification, and then we can adjust and improvise.
We don't think one's more important than the other.
We're all important.
Tear my dot name.
Why don't we get,
How about if you go take a
okay, so how we do?
Hey.
Let's use all 6 red dots.
Or as many as you want to.
You've got 6 budgets. So
You mean like up to 6?
Wait a minute, Scott, tell us.
use up to 6 red dots as your main priorities.
Right. Good.
Was that, everybody good? You've got 6 red dots to use as your top priorities. And it don't have to be in all different
Can
buckets.
you put more than one red dot on the one thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
What else?
One thing.
Is that where we are now?
Yes. Y'all ready?
Just you ready?
Four.
Go first.
24.
We was doing pretty good until you pulled this dots.
Dots, Elliot, we'd been out of here if you hadn't used your dots.
We gotta put it on.
Oh, Lord.
No, that ain't important. I get more. Y'all good?
Oh, it's good.
Lisa, you need water?
No, well, yeah, actually, it's like I do. Thank you.
Just regular or off the top?
What you doing up here? I'm gonna move it, y'all are, you ready out? Yeah, y'all.
No, you cannot have another call. Use green as our second. Yes.
Let's look at the red. Y'all want the red first?
Yeah, let's look at the red first.
Well, I'm not ready.
You get to sit down.
Next year, we'll try to figure out what's different.
Yeah.
Maybe have a.
I'm good. I'm good.
Is everybody put their red dots up?
I don't know, that's what I'm waiting on. Everybody got your red dots up?
Whoever's having fun.
Man. Hey.
Do you use all your red dots?
Life was good.
I'm not putting it there, nobody's.
We can't find her.
That's right.
No matter where you go, there you are.
Oh, I think.
All right, number 1 is the public safety headquarters for police and fire, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes.
Right.
6 red.
6 red. Then the next set is 3. It's the increased paving budget overall under public works.
Okay.
You got work with Shelbyville Power under utilities and develop the commercial retail park at the airport. And then for 2, we have an animal control standalone department, tourism and public relations person under administrative, work on the 250 celebration,
everything under Parks and Rec got to, ball fields, soccer fields, and paving. Partner with the county on the chamber issue, partner with the county on industrial development got to. And then, one vote got flooded. You can't keep up.
No.
Now, if you're gonna be in order, you got to write. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
One vote on the flood pumps, one vote on the public works maintenance facility, one vote for fire station 4, and one vote for radio system. One vote for replacing infrastructure under utilities.
Just want to say something on the radio system, nothing wrong. The radio system, we're already behind, the county's already on it. So at some point in time, we're gonna have to catch up with that, so everybody kind of.
It'll become a priority. It'll become a priority.
Yeah.
Can I say something about the tactic radio system? Please.
Mayor,
Uh-huh.
Chief would like to comment on the radio system.
Yes, please.
The county's already gone to the tactic radio system.
Yes, sir.
We have no way to communicate with the sheriff's department, the fire department.
Really?
Ambulance service, nothing, because they're on a whole different system. That's why it's a priority for us.
Absolutely.
Which is public safety. When we had the Christmas on the square.
Yes.
They had to loan us some radios so we could talk to them. So it's a public safety issue.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that you didn't have communication with them. Since they made their change, you now do not have communication.
That's correct.
They didn't do that on purpose.
Oh, no.
I would say that's number one, wouldn't you?
Get us some
We'll put it in the budget this year. And
See, I didn't know that information before I voted. That should be number one if you can't communicate with them right now. Would you guys agree?
They're on their cell phones.
If it's off the street, I can't talk.
Yeah, gotta get that radio set. Yeah, communication's most important.
How much was that?
Does that cost it?
How much, yeah?
Quoted at 800,000.
Yeah, I think we need to listen to those department heads too. Let them
I
know.
would say we're looking at a 10% increase this year.
County was way over $1 million.
It was a.
They use their COVID, ARP funds.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Can we do that?
All right.
Well, it depends on what the flood pumps come in at, I guess, the installation.
All right. Anybody else have any?
All of this is good, but we have priorities that we need to spend money on, that everybody agrees we got to spend money, so this council needs to always have money in reserve so we can take care of immediate needs.
Take care of
And
it.
that is an immediate need.
Take care of it.
We have a fund balance. We have a fund balance. Well, I'm surprised that's not bothering the county that they can't talk to you. Are they upset about it too? I would.
Perfect answer.
When they can talk to us, I would think they would hesitate.
Well, I mean, it's a new network that the whole state's
Right,
going.
right.
We're just
And-
behind.
and
I read up on that, yeah.
The whole state's going through that.
4 counties already switched over to it.
We're behind.
Just about all.
We're just behind.
Yeah, they switched over there. And that way you can talk anywhere across the state on this system.
And is this upfront money, you just paid upfront?
Yeah.
Well, we're having to make more to the radios.
Yeah,
The county already put the
the infrastructure's in it, we can use. we can-
All right, let's do second choice. Let's do second choice with a green dot. We're not gonna use any more dots, okay? Second choice on each one of these with a green dot. Let's get that done, and then we'll set up our priorities for 1 year, 2 to 3 years, 4 to 5 years. Yeah.
Before you do, Paul wants to say something. I don't know if it has anything to.
Just some information on development of the retail space. There is a life estate that's still active. It depends on if you talk to her or you talk to her son-in-law. Her son-in-law says she's gonna live forever. talked to her, she says it could be any day. So, it's hard we can plan ahead and we can plan for it, but as far as implementing.
Right.
It could be your later years out, so that might change if you want to move a dot somewhere else.
It's kind of out in the distance, okay. Let's do green dot, second choice.
This will be it, and then we need to do priority.
You can do it. I know
you
you're
can do it.
The red dots are the like number
Yeah.
one thing.
Well, I see police and fire, but after he talked about radios, is that getting in the top two or not?
It will.
Right here. It will, yeah.
They're
So
putting,
we'll get ready to priority.
Okay.
They're all putting it right now, as green dots.
I mean, that's all. They're on
Their cell phones. They're on their cell phones, but they have to, they have to pull out their cell phone. They gotta know the number to call. They had to know who to call, they had to have the number to call.
We use a lawsuit money.
I like the way you.
County council, you got lawsuit money, had 205.
Oh, we're all on the radio.
Oh, love that.
We're all on the radio.
That's 2 million.
But I mean, we've been talking about that for a couple of years.
They asked for it last year.
The whole state.
It got kind of superseded.
Okay. So let that on, we're all gonna have to do it now.
We'll install this document. Yeah.
Smart.
I don't think that stop using it right there. I don't think it works up night.
Turn JB, about
There's two different.
But there's really can't.
Well, Bobby, there ain't have to ask me.
They're over the corner.
We're just about there.
Yeah, almost there. It's all official.
On it, like the radius, physical radius you have, after that, it's only, I added a new officer.
Come on, y'all do this on four trash.
We did,
Thank you.
we did do strategic funds.
It's just.
Yeah, Bob.
A little bit scaled down.
Why you want to attend that?
Oh, no. Satisfactory.
This light is on that. Well, we know. The two.
You guys keep last year.
Just do a motion.
Yeah, that was a little different. So that is-
Yeah, they did it last year. What is
I'm working on most of it, I've been working on it here.
Are we good?
That's the top.
All right, we get this first session wrapped up, we'll kick off our second session.
No. You better quit.
Oh my God.
That's not gonna have me done. It's gonna be no dots.
Okay.
We're gonna take dots away from that.
So we're good.
Okay, everybody can look and see all the dots and what your colleagues and yourself has prioritized. Now, this will be brief. What we need to determine, what you all need to tell staff, what is the top two immediate needs? What do you want to happen ASAP?
What do we got money for? What can we afford?
A new radio system, I would say, was the top priorities in headquarters.
Okay, I have new radio system.
Get those flood pumps installed.
Okay,
I hope it comes flood when they get to him. When's the last time?
What did you say?
As long as we've been waiting for them flood pumps, and it ain't rained enough to get the ground wet. What, the 100-year flood? ain't
Just
that
in
what
case. And then we can start working on the plumbing. Wish we had a savings account.
okay, if we've got, new radio system, flood pumps, and public safety headquarters. Keep them moving. 2 to 3 years, out of this list, what do you want to see accomplished in the next 2 to 3 years?
Deer Street intersection. Fairfield Pike, Deer Street intersection, what I would recommend. Somebody else talk. Y'all feel like something.
I wanna see that land developed out there at the airport.
Sir?
I wanna see something built on that land at the airport.
Next 2 to 3 years.
If we can.
You'll work.
The life estate has to.
You know, somebody got died. He just put false saying.
I love it.
We don't frame it that way. That is so true.
Somebody got kicked in the butt.
Should I say something?
Yeah.
Radio systems for the fire department.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Isn't that for
The
both
radio
of them?
systems for the fire department.
Oh,
And
that
it's for both of them.
makes it even higher up with the combination. Both of you.
I'm sure we
It needs to.
Was that close to
Then-
both?
No,
That was just for y'all.
We talked about it after the budget.
Yeah, we did.
Y'all not gonna have anything else in
How's it gonna do it?
2 fire trucks.
Okay, Scott, what do you need?
Okay, right now,
Hang on, folks. Hang on. Let's get this over with.
okay, we've got the 2 to 3 year priorities as intersection of Dairy and Fairfield and the airport development commercial park. What is 2 things you want to see in 3 to 5 years?
Definitely need the ball fields, which is
Animal control.
Yeah.
Animal
would it
control.
take that long for animal control?
You wanna add, you want to put somewhere?
Well, keep in mind that you all are right now telling us the main priorities.
Right.
But everything that's got a lot of dots on it and everything, well, everything goes in the report, we're gonna be working on.
Right.
I mean, we can be working on, so the animal control could be this year's budgetary issue. But if you want to keep it on the radar, put it as a priority.
And some of the things we'll be working on anyway.
Yeah.
Partnering with the county and Chamber of Commerce and all that, we're gonna be working on that tomorrow.
Yes.
We're working on it now, so, yeah.
we really need to work hard on the maintenance facility for the public works. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's big too.
Yeah. And more money for paving for both.
Yep.
Keep putting his hands, just gonna keep getting.
If you can't pave it, you have to salute it.
What, Betsy, Councilwoman, I didn't hear you.
Animal control.
Okay, the last one. If the council could eliminate one problem we will soon be facing, what number 1 problem do you want to see go away? Please don't say your city manager.
The roosters.
That's a good place to put that.
What you say?
The roosters.
Animal control challenges,
What do you think?
animal control issues.
I think Pat would put a dot in there.
What's another problem you would like to see go away ASAP?
Homelessness. But.
That ain't gonna work.
Ain't gonna work.
In a drug house, you might get rid of.
Road maintenance issues?
No, a drug house.
The drug house over there by him. Where is it, on South Side, you said?
Okay. Mayor, I believe you have a strategic plan.
Okay. Sounds good. Everybody satisfied with what we've done today? Now, everything up there is gonna be listed. Remember that. And we'll have it all in the report and all those kind of things. We appreciate everybody's time today and everybody's input. And this is not the end of the story. Something may come up tomorrow. We didn't know about the radios. Scott and I were just looking at one another saying.
We talked about them at budget and then had any other
Just
discussion.
didn't know. Didn't want to put you people in that position. We did not. So that's number one. We need to get that taken care of. Anything else that anybody can tell us about?
So what is a timeline for getting this instigated?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I mean, for the radios, we would have to get a firm price and things, but the infrastructure itself is in place.
Okay.
We had talked with the county mayor, myself and deputy chief, we had talked with him, he said there was no reason that we couldn't be on the same infrastructure.
Good.
I mean, it's just the towers and stuff.
Good.
And, so we could, that was a lot of their holdup, I think, when they first bought theirs, they didn't have all their infrastructure ready. The different towers, they got one Hawthorne Hill and over towards Orange.
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
And, so I think that was the issue, it took them so long. We just have to see what Motorola's pricing is and, you know, delivery and all that kind of stuff too. And the fire department, see, I mean, they have to.
So you've already got it scoped out, and it's gonna be more.
William?
Mr. Mayor, I know. You know where they're coming from and all of that.
William?
Yeah, Motorola, yes, ma'am.
And y'all tested some of the radios, right?
We did,
Yeah.
yeah.
William?
I know that, nothing official, but if the rest of the council's in agreement, I would suggest that they proceed with, getting it started in motion.
I second that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and get it.
Yeah.
They close.
Yeah.
Give them in motion, because we're gonna vote on it.
And will we be charged anything for using the towers that they've got and all that? As far as you know, that's a good way to work together. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, is there anything else, folks? Let's adjourn this meeting.